creatures out there, to my friends and helpers and subscribers, to everyone. I appreciate all your love and support, your constant everything. I go by Sophia, and this is Divinity Within Thee, where we take time to get in touch with the divine. Now, today I am coming at you much earlier because, well, it's Friday. It's the day of Venus, and you know, it's the feminine day for treat yourself, right? To tap into this. And I've already done some nice things, but I'm thinking I might want to do a few more nice things potentially. Let's see, right? Let's see how it goes. So, anyways, they want me to do some white sage. So, dear universe, source, creators, spirit guides, angels, ancestors, ancient deities, ascended masters, archangels, galactic federation of love, light, mantises, all the other high vibrational beings that are here to help and assist the collective consciousness rising and awakening. We thank thee for your constant support, your protection, your presence. We ask thee that any monitoring spirits, handlers, groomers, any type of evil spirits, beings, or entities are removed immediately, that we transmute that energy back to the form of health, wealth, abundance, and love for us. So mote it be. We ask that any of these people that are attempting black magic, harmful things, hateful things, different stuff like that, we ask that you return to sender 100-fold whatever their hatred holds. So mote it be. Thank you for your protection and your blessing and your presence. So I'm going to double it up here with some Palo Santo. Cleansing is super important. There's many ways we can cleanse, not just the physical cleansing, right? I do the physical cleansing and the salt cleansing with water, and I do white sage, but it's also really important to do like a good practice. A good practice is basically when you're in the bath, or you're in the shower, or even if you're not, if you're just washing your hands, running your hands under running water, you can put the water on your face. And as the water is running, the running water is important, not the still water. But as you're doing that, envision it as light, right? So if you're standing under the shower, like if you can't do a salt bath, if you can't do like a bath cleanse where you can submerge yourself, and you're in the shower, imagine the shower, right? Imagine the water that's coming down as light, whatever color you feel drawn to, but bright gold and white, indigo, or violet, super good, but any color that you feel drawn to. Today, obviously, I'm drawn to this green and this blue, um, partially because I'm just wearing something comfortable. I'm waiting, it's holiday, so I can't just take my clothes to get washed, so also that. But also, yeah, I love green. Green is the color of our heart chakra. I know a lot of people like to think that green is the color of like greed or lust or envy, but actually it's not. It's just like anything else. They love to change. They love to change the directive on things. That way you feel like certain things that are good or bad. But green is connected to your heart chakra. So what I'm feeling is that there's really a leveling up. Um, there's really a leveling up for the collective at this heart to head coherence, right? we're bringing in this level of consciousness, this higher level of consciousness, and it's coming from this heart space. As we're in fourth density, right? As we're moving out of this heavy 3D, right? This third density. It's a very dense, um, sorry, I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. It's a very dense space to be in, and so it's been a lot. It's been heavy and it's been intense, especially for a lot of people. If you're a light worker, a light warrior, a star seed, an indigo, a rainbow, crystalline, whatever. If you're here and you know that you have a higher purpose and a higher mission, most likely you're experiencing some intense energetic shifting that you're also feeling in your physical body, because we're coming out of this heavy third density and kind of coming up. And as we come into the fourth and fifth densities and above, it's a heart centered space, right? And some things that don't exist in those spaces is lies, deception, manipulation, things like this. They can't exist in the fourth and fifth densities. So for anybody that is wondering, like, oh, well, somebody, should I get back with this person? Should I go back to an ex? Should I let these family members, these friends, whatever, should I give them another chance or whatever? Um, I'm getting a strong no. Okay. I'm getting a strong no. And a lot of these people that were putting ill will and ill energy towards collective, right? Um, really are having a rough time. Their karma is coming back to them. So, what I was picking up on is one, somebody, actually, a lot of pretty heavy things that are coming, that are happening to all these karmic people that went against collective. But yeah, some type of shot. I don't know if this is a shot of alcohol or actually someone getting shot. It could also be like camera or something like this, right? I don't know. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. Some people find a resonation to a lot of things. Some people find one little portion in the whole thing as resonant. Like, that is your job to use your intuition. Okay. This isn't for entertainment purposes. I'm sharing for knowledge purposes. And when people want to tap into that, I hope you have the discretion, the discretion or the discrepancy to know what is yours and to not force something that is not yours. So now, with that being said, and with our prayer and our protection spell being out already, so I was seeing, so shot, it could be like you're getting, someone took a picture, maybe there was a shot of you, that, some people are going viral, some people are getting very famous, some people maybe are already famous and they're not even aware of it. But I was picking up on some weird shit from a karmic stance. And it's like, again, I've been picking up on this for like a month or more, which is someone's going to get in an accident, or somebody already did get in an accident. Someone is very sick. There is people that are sick that are feeling ill. There is, I was tuning into something like liver, kidney, um, uh, liver, kidney, colon, um, thyroid, and what was the other one? Oh, like a heart problem or condition. So I'm not sure what this is. This could be the karmic people that were putting these, maybe they like, for many of the collective, they were drugging or poisoning or doing something like this. For some people, also I was picking up on an OD, on a suicide, on an attempted suicide, um, and on a something that was, again, a stage suicide where somebody made it kind of look like the person was losing it. I'm not exactly sure. Um, but yeah, so that for me, I understand, like, out here when they do the black magic and stuff like this is something I don't fuck with at all. But um, sometimes it can fuck with people, and it puts them in this state of like, um, confusion. I don't know how else to explain it, but when I experienced it and when I saw people experiencing it, it was like they weren't sure what dimension they were in. It's like they were here but not here. Like, imagine someone being like speaking in their sleep, and they're like there and they're talking to you or communicating with you, but they're not all here. Um, this is some weird spell work and stuff that these people are doing. And some of these things that they do is like, yeah, planning, planning to make people look like this, like either they OD'd or they off themselves, or that they were depressed over maybe work or relationship, right? Like or a very intense accident. I was picking up on some fires. So I don't know if that's a vehicle or a home. Also, I was picking up that they're trying to burn or hide evidence or get rid of evidence. So these karmic people are having a lot backfire. Okay. And that's what happens when you use dark magic or black magic and you're putting it against people that are chosen is not nice things. So send those people, send those beings love, you know, if you feel like forgiving people that did things, you can do that. But what I'm very strongly being prompted to tell you is do not, you may be given some type of invitation. Oh, come back and hang out. Oh, come meet up with the family. Oh, come meet up with the community or whatever, Um, maybe somebody passes or maybe somebody's really sick, right? um Sickness, like I'm seeing like somebody's hair falling out, someone like um excuse me, some type of skin thing, like I don't know if it's like a leprosy or um something really intense. Also some type of other types of diseases, maybe STDs, STIs, or something else that is a little bit more intense, that they can't really get rid of, right? And it's starting to show. It's starting to show in these people. They've been able to hide it for an extended amount of time and pretend like nothing was going on, but now it's showing. Now it's very, very clear and very present. And I just want to let you guys know, if somebody gets hurt or somebody gets in an accident and these people fucking call you and they want you to, for instance, show up to the emergency room or show up or to a funeral or to a service or something like this, don't go. Don't go. What's very strongly coming through for you, collective, is you guys have um, you've stayed focused and you've kept your eyes on the prize, right? You have not been diverted, and that's literally what these karmic people are trying to do. They're trying to derail you or divert you. They're trying to get you all worked up or get you, throw you off track, right? You ever seen like a really big door and it like goes off the track, the slider, and it's like, oh, so hard, it can't move. You need like multiple people to come and help it to replace it, reset it. Okay, that's basically like the energy of what they're showing or expressing to me that this thing is, right? Because it's like their last ditch effort. It's their last ditch effort. So, for some of you, not all, this unexpected surprise could be a surprise, like hearing from somebody you haven't heard from a long time. It can be a surprise like they're trying to set you up for some type of surprise or put you on Front Street in front of a bunch of people or something like this. And all I can feel is discomfort as far as that is concerned. Now, there is a whole nother energy where an unexpected surprise is actually being rewarded, like a reward is coming to you. Now, for some of you guys, it's going to actually be a physical or a financial reward or award. Some of you guys can be getting an award. Some of you guys could be awarded something, maybe like I'm hearing like a key to a city. You could be getting keys. You could be getting a new vehicle, a new bike, a new car, a new home, a new business, a new office. I don't know, what are some other things that there's keys, maybe you do music, something like this. Um, but there isn't definitely this unexpected surprise that's coming through. But there is, just be hyper vigilant, like to your intuition at this point, collective. Because what I'm heavily picking up on is there will be two, okay? And don't be so excited when you see the first one, like, oh, okay, well, maybe they're actually saying they're sorry, they're trying to make up whatever this is. um Hear it out if you feel inclined, for sure, but don't give too much leeway. Now, there will be something else, and when you have this unexpected surprise, you're going to be like, and how you're going to feel from it is not going to be discomfort. It's not going to be like a scary surprise, you know? One is going to feel like a little bit like a creepy surprise, and the other one is going to feel more aligned. Okay, does that make sense? So, as far as this alignment, as far as this aligned surprise is concerned, let's find out more about this, because I'm really picking up strongly on it. Magic, coincidence, synchronistic events. Ken. Ciao. So the Raven, okay, magic, coincidence, synchronistic events. And that's the thing, is when the person, hey guys, when the person is, when they show up, it's going to feel synchronistic, okay? It's going to feel magic. It's going to feel like it was supposed to happen. Like, wow, this is a coin. Like, you're not going to be, well, you may. I'm picking up a little bit on both energies. You are not going to be like, what the fuck is going on? But you also might be a little bit like, you might feel a little bit like, is this too good to be true? And I want you to check in. I want you to check in with yourself, and I want you to keep your eyes on the prize and stay in this space, right? Let go, letting go, right? Let go. Yeah, this is going to be the completion. This is going to, like, one cycle has ended and one cycle has begun. The 10, right? Letting go. This is part of the forward movement. There may be something that you've been holding on to for a bit too long. It can be maybe an expectation, maybe a circumstance. It can be a person. It can be a job. It can be maybe there's an item you have that you want to get rid of, or something. I don't know. But letting go of the need to be in control of the outcome, and also letting go of the fear, right? Is this a fucking setup? Because obviously, regardless, it's a setup, whether it's the negative one or the positive one, okay? Let's say it's the negative one, like they're trying to set you up, right? It's a setup. But if it's the positive one, like they have gone out of their way to set everything up to try to be perfect, if that makes sense. So it's like literally like there's two, and this is the thing, it's like the test, right? The final boss, the test of understanding, like, do you want to go back to the same old stuff? Now, it can be it can be a person that you already with that returns in both scenarios, but it's more like, did these people learn the lesson? Like, you need to spend some time, right? You need to talk, you need to communicate, you need to spend some time and see what the vibration is, right? And that's going to give you, it's going to give you more clarity. But let go of, what they're telling me here is, in order to move forward, it's really about letting go of, not just control, but letting go of the fear, right? Letting go of the fear of things, like thinking that someone is out to get you. Even though I know it's a little bit hard, collective, because it's been happening for an extended amount of time for many of us our entire life. But this person that's coming in, is going to be very loyal. Dog energy. They could be a dog person. They might have a dog, but this is loyalty, sincerity, unconditional love. Okay. This person wants to start new. They want to complete a cycle, or the completion of the cycle is being able to start anew with you. Okay. But yeah, let go of, what I'm picking up on is let go of all of these past people and relationships and situations, whether it's work, whether it's jobs, whether it's exes, whether it's family, whatever. Letting go of that, in order, that's why you guys have been keeping eyes on the prize, in order for this loyal, sincere, unconditional love to really enter. Oh my God, 3:33 in Chicagoland. Oh yeah, you're like 12 hours behind me. Well, it's 4:30 here. Well, Chicago's like central, right? Um, hey Cole, thank you. The outfit is cool too. This is like a grandma muumuu. Oh, this is like a tourist muumuu, but the green, I feel good in the green, right? That's what's most important. Are you doing well today? Did you rest? I got some rest, but my cat wanted to get up super early, and it was cute, but she let me go back to sleep for like an hour or two. So that was kind of nice. The cow, 20, nourishment, abundance, asking and receiving. So you guys may want to no? Okay, so what they're telling me is this is like, um, when this person shows up, okay, um, maybe before collective, you haven't been given or been supported or received things that maybe you deserved or something like this, right? Um, and maybe you've always been kind of gotten the short straw or the short stick or whatever. And basically, what this is saying is when this person shows up, when you guys come together, what needs to happen is you need to ask, like, if they ask you, what do you want to do? And you're just like, I don't know, whatever you want to do. Like, what do you really want to do? It's like this person coming in is willing to give you whatever you would like. That's the energy that I'm picking up. But the thing is in order for you to receive this abundance and this nourishment, right? In order for you to have this and this partnership, right? 20 is the energy, right? 2 is partnership, duality. In order for them to help you, you actually have to be able to say, this is what I need for nourishment. These are the things that I like. Um, and you need to tap into that abundance. The abundance is understanding that you can ask for something. So, what I'm picking up on and receiving, being able to receive. So, this is something, what I'm picking up on here is that this has been a wound that we've been dealing with collective for an extended amount of time because we've always been maybe taking care of other people that we haven't been able to really receive, or we haven't been in the position of receiving, or maybe it's also not uncomfortable, but I feel like some people really just don't, because they've never been given things like that. Like it's a little bit hard to receive. And it's not that they don't want to receive, it's just they're not used to people doing kind things for them. They're not used to being on the receptive end of things. So for whoever needs to hear that, it's important that you guys kind of go into this gently, like with a gentle sense. For masculine, knowing that the butterfly, okay, the butterfly and the novice, and trust, okay. So know that there's something beautiful that you guys are kind of blooming. You're evolving together. You guys are going to do a lot of evolving together. This may be a wish or a dream. 25 is the energy of 7, so it's something that it's a magic manifestation coming into play, right? The novice, innocence, beginner, ignorance, new skill without practice, unstable, curiosity. 5. Okay, so this is going to change, but this is what they're showing me is basically this energy, right? Is you guys will evolve slowly dealing with this together. So this new relationship, yeah, trust, look at 47, which is a number of 11, right? So again, that's a divine union. The novice is 5, so that means it's going to change. But what they're saying is trust that you guys are evolving together, and be gentle with yourselves and with each other. This is going to be like many of you guys are maybe older, and you're going to it's going to feel like a juvenile in sense, like this novice energy. It's going to feel like maybe like you're teenagers dating for the first time or something. It's like the energy that I'm feeling, where it's like, oh, well, I don't know, can I hold your hand, is it okay if I kiss you, like this type of thing. And just know that this energy, look, it gives me so many goosebumps, you guys. Just know that this is the energy. Like maybe both of you guys are a little bit shy. It's a little bit what I'm picking up on. There's a partial like shyness. There's also another part that's like um um not shy, but like they don't want to fuck it up. Does that make sense? They don't want to mess it up. They're like maybe they're not completely shy, but they're a little bit like I don't want to say fearful because I don't want to put that spell out there, but they're a little bit the nervous, the nervous, okay? And you guys might both be like that. It's like when you guys get in front of each other or with each other, there's like these butterflies, this nervous feeling, and you just need to kind of embrace that. And even if embracing that means you make me nervous. I don't know what to say. I've been planning it for so long, but I don't know. Can we just go for a walk or whatever it is, right? Maybe you just need to hug it out, right? The best thing I can really say as far as that is concerned is really like the embarcado, the embrace, right? Um, Embrace each other, like hold each other, hug each other before you maybe get too intense or um, feel each other's energy, because if this is like a super match, a twin flame, an intense soulmate, like a really light, you guys are coming into this new light being mission together, right? Because that's what I'm seeing is this butterfly, you're evolving together and creating something new together. Then basically what they're explaining to me is first, especially for twin flames, there can be a lot of frequency distortion that happens to where you're like you feel the intensity but you don't know, like, is that fear, is that nervousness, is it shyness, you don't really know. And so the best thing you can actually do is actually just embrace the other person, hold them, because what's going to happen is um co-regulation. Co-regulation, you guys may have been experiencing some type of co-regulation just being in close or near proximity to each other. You may feel more happy, more whatever, and you can feel the person is either thinking of you or feeling like you feel it. Collective, you feel this coming in. And even though it's going to be kind of like, whoa, an unexpected surprise, it's going to be more like the way that they show up or what they show up with or how they show up is going to be more of a surprise. It's like not a surprise, like, surprise, like a surprise party type shit. It's more of like, um, it's like how much they did or the way that they like what they have planned out, like everything that they have set up. That's what I'm saying is it's like a setup either way, but it's like they're not trying to set you up. They've been working like to try to set up everything perfectly. So, um, you will be surprised at the amount of effort and energy, and it's like I'm just sensing like this, oh my god, that's so cute, oh my god, you did this for me. It's like this very oh, like when a teenage girl is like screaming like like this, like oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's like this. So it's gonna be like just run and hug. Just run and hug and get to the space of co-regulation, right? Because I'm just really feeling that. Yeah, alchemy. The magician, number one, alchemy, justice, balance. So first, get to the spot and and just hold each other and let your this embrace um slow the stress, slow the nervousness, and um, kind of calm down, kind of co-regulate. Maybe your heart, maybe your breathing or your hearts will like start to work together. But yeah, strong co-regulation situation. Strong, strong, strong. So, um, sorry guys, this is like blowing on me. I don't want it on me, but it's off. It's too hot. So, anyways, yeah, this is somebody, and they may be coming to you like they're trying to create this balance, this justice, and that's what I'm saying is I've been reading this for a while, and the whoever this is, right? Whoever this is basically, um, I've been picking up on this for a while. Like this person has been kind of secretly working with people behind the scenes to maybe help bring some justice into play, to help work. Maybe you guys have a case or a court case, or you know what I'm saying? Um, Something like this. And so, anyways, um, you're gonna be like, oh my god, and they're gonna be like, you're gonna be like, oh, but I have this, and oh well, I can't go, and oh well, I have all of these things and all of these problems, and they're basically gonna be like, Problem solved. Already took care of that. Already took care of that. Sorted, 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 sorted. Anything else, darling? And you're going to be like, can I have a hug? You know, like, can I have a kiss? And it's like, maybe that has been part of the lag, right? Is because they really want to remove. I know I'm picking up, like, it's so interesting channel, but they want to remove like all of the blockages, all of the problems, all the problematic people, places, situations, scenarios. Like, they're just like, I wanted to clear them for you. And you're going to be like, oh, okay, cool. And, you know, like, well, when do you have to go to work? Or when do you have to do this? Or, and you guys are, and he's going to be like, yeah, I cleared the schedule. Like, I fucking work my ass off so I could take this time to just be with you. It's just you and me, kid, against the world type stuff. Yeah, so that's fucking cool, right? That's amazing. Amazing. So much love. My cat broke my glass, so now I'm drinking out of my measuring cup. But also it lets me know how much I drink every day. So just excuse that. Just excuse that. Yeah, the Grail Knight, you guys. Romance, illusion, seeking the sacred. And this is the energy of 6. So this is the energy of the lovers. This is the giving and the receiving. And in their journey, right? In their journey, like this Grail Knight, they have, the romance has kept them alive, right? But for many of you guys, like, so if you're part of my collective, then you're probably super tapped in. And the reality of the situation is like, if this is your twin or your partner or your soulmate or whatever, they're also very tapped in. Okay. Sorry, I have to plug this in. They're also extremely tapped in. Okay. So they've been on this long mission, this healing mission, this journey of seeking the sacred, right? And there's been a lot of distraction or illusion, or maybe like maybe they've been like, I'm sensing that they went through some dark shit, like some dark shit, right? Like this is like the the dark forest or whatever, you know, they went through and they had to get this thing to bring it back to you or whatever, you know, like some crazy task, and they've done it, right? And now they're bringing this cup of love. See how he's offering this chalice up? And he's like, I did it. I'm getting this vision, this visual of, look at this, you guys, love. I can't even make this up. Yeah, it's taken a lot of steps. But 4 and 5 is 9. So you're finally coming to a completion. It's like this is the last step, the last phase, the final phase of this scenario. But what they're showing me, or what I'm getting a visual of, is I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. I'm sure, Steve, you've probably seen it. I don't know about Cole, but if you haven't seen it, I'll give you a dope movie. It's called The Princess Bride. And they're kind of showing me this scene when he's like trying to go into the forest. It's like this super swampland forest, and there's like rats that are like the size of fucking who knows what, and they're going, and it's just like this this treacherous fucking journey. And that's basically like what I'm picking up on. But they made the choice, right? They're like, yes, they're doing it. They decided what they wanted. Okay, they could be this is strong energy, strong air energy. Could be air, Aquarius, it could be Aries. I don't know. Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra. It doesn't have to be. Now, the king of air, right, is just somebody that is, they're making definitive decisions and taking definitive action, right? That's what the swords are about, is the action. It's the words and the actions. It's that their actions match their words, right? They're not writing checks that their ass can't cash. And maybe that's what's taken them so long, is to get everything in order to get to this point to where it's no longer going to be an issue. There was a lot of temptation along the way. Now, some of them could have had some could have received or been given or had some type of thing. Now, they could have been battling with something. They could have been battling with addiction or also some type of, this is like a devil energy, right? Capricornic energy. But it's like, you know, maybe they were addicted to money, to working, to something. I don't really know. But it's like also I was picking up that someone put, it's like a spell. Like they had to break this spell. Maybe that's why they had to make this mission through this fucking crazy forest. You know, that could have been what it was. It's like where they thought that maybe you weren't as far advanced as you were, as they've watched, they're like, fuck, you're far more advanced, right? They thought that they were like the wizard, right? I'm the wizard. But what they didn't realize is like they're still the wizard, like here. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, they're they're still in this human form. Now, for some, they could have gone through, they could have had some type of spell work or some type of entity or something that was attached to them, okay, that was given to them. Or maybe they hooked up with somebody they shouldn't have, or they ate something. It's like almost like someone was, excuse me, yes. So for food or drink, someone was doing spell work by feeding, by feeding it to them. Okay. Can you give us more information? Yeah, it may have made it may have caused a little bit of a ripple in the road, right? It made them, they realized that they're a fool. They realized that they fucked up. They realized that something that they did or someone that they trusted or someone that they had around did this, right? They realize now their actions or these other people's actions are all linked to this. And this is what's creating the fool. But they're, instead of staying in this fool energy, they're ready to take a leap of faith now, if that kind of makes sense. Okay. So they've healed that to some extent. Yeah. It's taken a lot of strength though. They didn't realize, like, let's say they're having their super spiritual awakening before they thought they were the magician. And it's like, oh, you think you're the magician? Let's put you in the ring with some fucking warlocks and let's see how much of the magician you are, right? And it's like it knocked this person right the fuck down, right? I'm sensing this is strong masculine energy, but it literally knocked their blinking block off potentially. And it turned their whole world upside down. Like they're basically, it's like they've had to have a lot of strength. They've had to tap into a lot of strength. But it's like they're almost like they're awakened. They're awake now, and it's like they've come out of this dark night of the soul, and they understand. You know, that's kind of what I get. They see you or your voice, the thought of you, or whatever this is. Yeah, this is a super love reading. Okay, this is like super twin flame energy. Okay, um, they've they've kept this idea of you. You've helped them. You've helped them with the strength. You've helped them to become this higher version of themselves, to go from this ego state to actually stepping into this. And it's like you're maybe a little bit of their muse, but their guide, but their gentleness, right? Yeah. And they see it. They see you. You are the thing that keeps them going. You are their abundance. This 8 energy. Okay. Um, Yeah, look, love again, you guys. Cannot make this up. And look at, she's here again with this lion. Okay, so here she is, and he's like, ah, like Chewy, you know? Ah. And then here now they're resting together. They can receive, it's like they did all the work, right? Because 8 isn't just abundance. This is the work that goes into receiving the abundance. And now that's what's happening, is the completion of that. And now the receiving mode is in. The 6 energy. And you guys can finally rest. You guys can finally rest, which is really beautiful because after, what is it, 42 years? 42 years. Fuck. Chiron has now entered into Taurus, and it's really about the understanding of understanding that taking time to rest and taking time to to allow your body to rest and your soul to kind of like be able to treat yourself with something nice to eat or a day of rest or different things like this, right? It's like you're finally stepping into that. Like you guys are both finally stepping into that. You guys have worked and worked and worked and worked and worked, right? The three of earth. You worked and worked and worked and worked and worked with all kinds of, and actually I'm feeling that where this is normally some like three of coins, three of pentacles is normally like all these people that are like three or more people that are working together to achieve this. But it's like you guys have individually, like you guys may both be kind of like fuck everybody mode. I'm not exactly sure, but this is the energy of you guys have each done a lot of the work on your own. This can also be like indicative of the self work, right? The inner work that each individual had to do for self. So that's kind of what I'm picking up on. Yeah. You guys are going to have this magical, this person wants to come in. Yeah, this is indicative of twin flame. This is masculine energy. The masculine, you are like their unicorn, okay? They see you as this unicorn, as this star, as this really magical special thing that they've never seen or experienced before. Like it's like a, and they may like to watch you because they're afraid, you know, like they don't want to capture you or they don't want to fuck it up or whatever. I don't really know, but the reason why I'm saying this is strong divine masculine is because look at this elk here. This is the Ace of Earth. So they really want to offer you, hello everybody, they really want to offer you, yeah, a true twin flame, 100%. Hollywood, Hollywood singing, Hollywood swinging. What is that? Hollywood, Hollywood swinging. Something like that. Um, hey, MVDs. So yeah, this Ace of Earth, right? It's like they want to offer you this safety and this protection, right? They're coming in strong as this divine masculine. Strong. This elk is like a pride, leadership, stable, steady, sturdy. Like they want to, they want to protect your magic, all of your magical glory, divine feminine. That's super awesome. Yeah. Whoa. Here we go. They have so much passion and so much love for you. King of Fire energy could also be a fire sign. Now, just because it comes out, right, we have the King of Air and the King of Fire, it doesn't mean that it has to be this person. Again, take what resonates, leave what doesn't. This can be a fire sign. This can be an air sign. Does not have to be. It can be a person that is holding both of these energies. Now, someone is ready to take action. They know what they want. They want you. They are very passionate towards you, divine feminine, and they want to give you this love. You may already hold their heart. That's what I'm picking. Like this energy. You already hold their heart. You have it. They don't have it. It is outside themselves. Like they've already given it to you is kind of the energy. Or they've been holding it or maintaining it like from everyone else. They can also just have strong placements of this, but it's the energy, right? And this doesn't, like I said, it doesn't necessarily have to be, there is no gender in tarot. I'm just saying he, they, them, because this is the energy that I'm intuitively picking up on and also what's on the cards, right? But there's not necessarily gender, so take what resonates. The World card. This person, you could be the world to them. Okay, could also be that you guys are going to create new worlds together. You guys are going to travel the world. It's like a whole new thing. You guys also, by this divine union, by this awesome union coming together, right? It's like you're, again, like I said at the beginning, we're coming out of this third density, right? Look at this keyhole. Can you see this? This keyhole here is like unlocking, and look, 2 and 1 is 3. So 3 is a number of manifestation. The world is also about the ending and the beginning, okay? So the old world, the old way that love or family or connection or any of this that was going on is no longer existing. You guys are literally manifesting this new thing. And when you guys come together, you're unlocking this thing. You're unlocking this whole new world. This is really beautiful, you guys. And they know it's been a long time. The Hangman energy, he's come out like 3 times. Um, they know that it's been a long time, but um, I'm hearing always late but worth the wait. That could mean something to somebody. That's like my theme, right? Always fashionably late, of course. But this is again the energy of 3, so manifestation. So again, 33. This could mean something to you guys. This energy of 33. Also, 2112 or 1221. This could mean something to you as well. Okay, you may be seeing these numbers also. Could be a date, a birthday, or a date for something. Give us a clarity. That cycle's over. You don't have to hold on anymore. The 6 of Earth, yeah. You're receiving this. Again, look at this. Look at this elk. Look at his horns. You're receiving, okay, for many of you guys, you're receiving some actual, like a hefty payout. Maybe you're getting, maybe there's some type of agreement. You could have some type of business partnership, something that's coming into play, but it's going to be very, what do you call it? Very abundant, right? And you're going to be receiving a 3 of fire, bro. This is something you guys, you knew that this was coming, collective. You knew this was coming to you. You just maybe didn't know how or who or when or whatever. Maybe you did know some of the details. Maybe you didn't, okay? The 3 of fire, okay, is you're waiting for the ships to come in. But see this? It's like you're here in the ship. Maybe someone's coming in a boat to you. Maybe they're bringing, I hope they're bringing me a new boat. That would be awesome, right? Or we're going on a little trip. Okay. Um, so this is a whole thing, right? So you're receiving something that has been a long time coming, something that you've been waiting for an extended amount of time. There was a lot of instances that had to happen. There was a lot of tower moments. There was a lot of, it's like, okay, so tower isn't necessarily like everything falling apart, okay? Especially in this deck. It's not really being struck by lightning. It's not really, you know, there's not people fucking falling out of it and everything. It's not on fire, right? But what this is the tower is really about this construct. So maybe your past construct of how you loved people or how you felt if people loved you or how you dealt with love or relationships or intimacy or whatever, right? You're changing some type of construct. This can be a construct of love, of partnership. You could be coming into a different type of partnership than you also understand, right? For some of you, this isn't a twin flame. For some of you, this is a new business partnership. For some of you, that you're just going to love and this person, you guys are going to be amazing. But I am picking up very strong twin flame energy. Now, this tower, it's about this old construct, this old way of thinking, this old mind, this old, whatever it is, right? Kind of just breaking down this old construct, right? And being able to build a new one. Here, maybe you guys have just already broke down the construct. Maybe the tower has already occurred and now you're just rebuilding it, right? Because again, this is the energy of 7, right? 1 is starting, 6 is giving and receiving. So this is work. You've already started the work. Now you're ready to receive. 7, this is a manifestation, a lucky number of manifestation and bringing stuff in, okay? Can you give us clarification on this tower? There may have also had to be something that happened or someone has to say something or someone has to do something. Part of it can just be the construct of this shyness or this fear to actually approach because the Ace of Airs, see this little Pegasus or whatever. This is about a truth. Right? This is about the ultimate truth, like the really like this is absolute. And also for some, it can be an apology. It can be like someone comes in and they explain to you, listen, I'm really sorry that it took so long, or I'm really sorry for all this stuff that happened or whatever. Here's all the things, right? There was some things that got in the way, right? There was some shit that happened. Okay. It could have been dealing with a living situation, a business, different things like this, right? But the truth or the honesty or the apology, this is coming out, right? The ace of air is the ace of swords. So it's like, and the way that I'm seeing is like, this is like when they explain this to you, when they explain to you the truth or the situation or the scenario or how they feel or whatever, it is going to be like, this is going to be the thing, this truth is going to be the thing that actually like ultimately bonds you together and starts this new thing, right? It's like you're now building this, where before the tower was being destructed. This is what you're building. This is what you're manifesting off of this person's capacity to have to be truthful, because a lot of the things when we're coming into fourth, fifth, sixth density, you know, whatever, as we're raising, as we're coming out of the 3D, when we get into fourth and fifth, like there is no lying, there is no manipulation. That doesn't happen because we're more on telekinesis, telepathy, all these other things, and we can feel. Or our clairvoyance, our clairaudience, our clairsentience, all of this is very heightened, okay, as we come into these higher levels. And so it may have taken this person a long time because there may have been some type of construct of ego or something like this. They may have wanted to own you or control you, or been trying to do something in a manipulative manner. And literally, if they tried to do something to control, to confuse, to manipulate, to trick, to whatever, if they did that, then this has been what has been um, preventing, right? This has been what's created the towers for them, their intense dark night of the soul. And now they're like, they're going to come and they're going to say, listen, please, can you hear me out? And you may need to just hear them out, okay? Before you make any big decisions, before you agree to do anything or whatever, before you even decide to try to abandon them or walk away, right? What you need to understand is most likely you both have some type of, or had some type of abandonment wound, okay? And this is something that you guys are changing or healing together. And because of that, maybe their initial, how do I say this? Their initial shot, that's not right. Their initial, way that they thought that they were going to approach you or catch you or win you or whatever it was maybe a little bit of trickery, maybe a little bit of manipulation, or maybe there was still some type of side secret, something hiding to where they're like, well, if I don't tell her, like if nobody tells her, she's not going to know or whatever. That's the energy what I'm picking up on. And this person is literally going to come and they're going to say, listen, I'm sorry, I needed to sort this out, right? Because I had, and maybe they had to heal this. Maybe you guys have all just been working on this abandonment wound, right? Until we change, expecting other people to show up for us and to provide these specific feelings or whatever for us, we have to heal that ourselves, right? We have to stop abandoning ourselves, right? Normally in the Five of Coins, it's like this person's trying to run after this other person. Here, she's growing, right? And here there's four, so she's holding on to this new version of herself and maybe letting go of this old version, something like this. So it's about the integration is kind of what I'm picking up on. It's like you guys have integrated your self-love like on enough of a level to where this abandonment wound is not going to be a thing. This could have been a big thing. Like maybe they're afraid, okay? Maybe they were afraid. This has been their biggest fear, is that you are going to change your mind or abandon them. You know, maybe before one was the runner and one was the chaser, and now it's like reverse or something, is kind of what I'm picking up on. And they're like, yeah, yeah. Where they thought that they were superior or they were in control or whatever before, where masculine was like, I'm the emperor, you fucking do things the way I say. They're now realizing that actually controlling or manipulating or owning or trying to do that is actually, mm, it's not the way. This is not the way. They realize that feminine is actually needs to be honored, right? Feminine needs to be reseated in her position. She doesn't need to be owned or dictated or controlled. She needs to be nurtured, right? And given the support and the security and the space to thrive instead of under this rule or this law or this containment, is basically what I'm picking up on. So that's something that they had to do because maybe they wanted to fucking try to lock you in really quick or whatever because they didn't want you to abandon. Or maybe they just are in this fear that maybe you would abandon and leave them alone because they didn't deal with something. So they have dealt with it. Okay? They have dealt with this. Okay, 8 of fire. So what is this message? What is this message? 15. I'm not sure what 15 means. You feel she doesn't want you anymore. If again, this can be a human construct. This can be a construct that you're feeling like, do you feel that in your brain, in your consciousness, or in your heart? Because that's really what this reading is about coming to the heart-centered space, right? That's obviously why I'm wearing the green. I didn't really realize, like I never really realized until I start channeling like all the little instances of the things and whatever else, right? The songs that I was hearing and like all these things. I was playing before well, actually like a lot of different songs. They were just playing on YouTube, but um, the song by Tech 9. There's a lot of really lovey songs, but then I went to the song of Tech 9, and it's called Fragile, and it's like maybe where this person felt really strong, like where they were like always the emperor or whatever before, you kind of made them the whimperer, like that's kind of the energy that I'm picking up on, to where um, this person's maybe the feminine strength could be a little bit intimidating to masculine. But the thing is masculine shouldn't be intimidating, right? Am I intimidating or are you intimidated? That is a personal choice, right? Uh, Now the best thing to maybe say is like, wow, like instead of being like, oh my God, like my last partner was like that. He wanted to compete. And I was like, you're not the fucking one. Like if you can't let each person individually shine and support them, and you want to be in competition, that's fucking child's play. That's the masculine treating the feminine like she's a mom and he's got to compete with her. Masculine and feminine don't compete with each other. They compete with each other, not against each other. They compete together, not separate, if that makes sense. Yeah, this was something they had to learn. They had to learn. They were maybe they were good at like ruling things. Maybe, this emperor energy, maybe they were good at getting shit done, having people work for them, like have everything done. But you were the thing. You were the thing that they couldn't figure out. You were this higher level. It's like for many of you guys, divine feminine, you guys really you raised your frequency and raised your frequency and raised your frequency, right? Because you're just kind of abandoned because everybody abandoned you. You're like, listen, then I'm just going to be in direct connect with the divine. See, and you guys are over here, like you guys are like the high priestess energy, right? And you're like, I'm going to stay devoted to my path until somebody with a proper alignment shows up, right? Feminines don't chase, they attract. Okay? So checking on them, calling on them, sending them out, like, no, that's not the way. It's not the way. This is not the way. Masculine courts feminine. Emperor comes to Empress. Empress is doing her witchy stuff. Like, again, like this movie, The Princess Bride, right? He spends this whole movie, you guys, he spends this entire movie on these fucking intense journeys or missions to come and meet her or to bring back the thing that she asked for or whatever it is. His thing, what he always said in this movie is, as you wish, as you wish. And she'd be like, well, blah 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 blah, and it was just, it's a bit of a comedy. It's a love story, but it's also kind of like British, like UK comedy. So if you haven't seen it, like, or if you haven't seen it in a while, go and watch it. I feel like I'm gonna watch it after this because if I can find it on YouTube, because that's what I'm picking up on. It's like feminine basically got super. You guys are in this divine, um, in this hierophant energy. You guys are like in direct communion with the divine, and also a lot of this feminine waking up, right? Like the Lilith energy and all these energies waking up, we're actually realizing that the patriarchy, right? And that's part of what it is. And this could be like where they're like, where they thought that they were above you, but now they're realizing actually feminine is the ruling class hero, you know? She's the one that's tapped in. This is the knowledge, the womb man. The man comes from the womb. The womb is the source of creation, where things gestate and grow and birth, right? And so before he's like, well, I'm going to run this ship. And she's like, listen, that's a cute story, but not without my direction. And so part of it is this could be part of what masculine has also been working on, right? Is instead of treating feminine as like something to own or possess or some type of objectification, as more of this divine goddess, this divine being. And so now they're in this more, how can I worship? Before maybe they were doing, oh, I'm going to give you this and I'm going to give you that because all women want is money or this or that, whatever. And that was the energy that they were doing. You know, they were putting in all this passion and all this energy and doing the most, right? Trying to light every lantern and keep things burning and trying to figure out what you need. But the reality is you're like, listen, we're gonna take the ship together, right? We don't need to be in different boats anymore. With the same storm, but the same boat this time. And the six of air. So again, for many of you guys, this is always like weird to me. This card kind of fucks me up a little bit, right? As a captain, as a someone that understands a lot about ships, ships and boats and rigging. Um, Now the way that I'm looking at this is all of the sails are here. So, and this is like the forefront of the sails. So it's like it's moving forward, right? But if you look at the boat, it's almost like the rear of the boat. It's like the front and the rear. So it's like you guys are about to go somewhere together. Okay? You're sailing, you're moving to safer shores, away from some of these other people. This again, this Jezebel spirit, this Jezebel energy. Someone could have put, like I said before, someone could have put some type of spell or magic that was connected to you or your person that was keeping them in this low energy or keeping them connected to temptation or addiction or um, all of this other stuff, you know. Um, if you can auto spell, I don't know what that means. Divine. Oh, yeah, monkey hair, no. Yeah. One hundo. Hey Joe, Lady Raven. The lie is that women came from man. Truth, as you said, is that man came from woman. 100%. Initially, even in the story of creation, they were both created from the clay of the earth as equals, right? And this was Lilith. I did a whole thing about it. It was almost like a 5 hour thing last night. And at the, let's say the last hour and a half is like all me going all talking all about this, right? Talking about Sophia and Lilith and all of this stuff. But basically, Lilith was Adam L's first counterpart. They were both made out of clay and they were made as equals. Equals. And when, after she had created all of these children and done all of this stuff, Adam, she wanted to be on top. Let's just say she's like, I want to ride the pony, not the other way around. And he was just like, no, you're subservient. You go beneath me. And she's like, I want to be on top. And he was like, no, I'm not having it. And she's like, all right, then I'm going to go and rescue my kids, rescue all of the souls, the fallen angels, whatever, in the lower frequency, right? In the hellscape, right? Which is earth. In the we're basically in the seventh level of hell and the bottom level of fucking heaven. Okay. And so she's like, all right, I'm going to go down. And then she got a bad rap. They called her like the queen, the angel of the succubus, and all this other stuff because the heavy density of the third density here is really like where we rape, we murder, we steal, we do all this crazy stuff, right? We kill, we fight, and this is all reptilian energy. It's very dark, low, dense energy, right? Fighting, feeding, fucking. And she said, that's fine, bro. Like, I'm out. Like, if we're not equals, like, I'm gonna go out. And what I was telling everybody last night is the funny thing is like the snakes and the dragons were said to be like these evil whatever, right? But they're actually like the keepers. They're the ancient keepers. They have higher levels of senses. Um, they have higher levels of senses, and that's why you see them behind like the Buddhas and stuff like that. You see all of the snakes and stuff. They're actually known as Naga, which in Indonesia, Naga means dragon, like sacred dragon. But the snake or the serpent, right? Because I channeled this deity, Nairoro Kidal, and she's specific to Indonesia, and but she's like the queen of the seas, right? But she's like this serpent queen, and the reality is Lilith came back and she snuck into the garden as the serpent, right, to get Eve, who was the second one that was not made out of the rib but the side. If you actually look at the Hebrew word, it means side, not rib. Translation, as it was coming down from language to language to language, changed it to rib. Woman was not created from man's rib. Okay, that's a funny thing. The side, the equal, right? From one side and the other, just like Shiva and Shakti, right? Just like our actual body, the right side is our masculine and the left side is the feminine, right? This is just the whole thing. So they created him as one being now into two, where at first it was two that they created as equals separately. Now they had to take him and say, all right, we're splitting you. One side, the other side. Right? I mean, just look at the metaphysics, the metaphysical mapping of your body. Right side is masculine, left side is feminine. Boom, 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 boom. Just like those old pictures of Shiva and Shakti, you know? One side is masculine and white or black, and the other side is, or whatever, white, black, whatever. The yin and yang. Okay? So this is the reality. And so yeah, she told Eve, eat this because the tree of gnosis, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, also known as Zoe, right? God actually named that tree Zoe, right? Because this is life, gnosis, knowledge, right? So again, female, okay, whatever. And so she got Eve to do it so she could wake up and see what was actually going on so she could have her come and help rescue the children. Adam was never, he was the one that was told not to eat, not her. Remember, God didn't come down and be like, you dumb bitch, you ate that fruit. You're the fuck out of the garden. No, it wasn't until after Adam ate it and it got stuck. That's what the Adam's apple is from male's first transgression of a lie, trying to fucking put it off. The feminine tried to tell him to do it. When really, he watched her fucking eat it to make sure. He didn't tell, he was the one that was given the commandment. He didn't tell her, you can't eat of that fruit tree. She was just like, oh, look at this fruit tree. A snake told me it was amazing and I ate it and I can see everything and blah, 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 blah. And he was like, yeah, you did? Okay. All right, let me try. And he ate it. And that's why the Adam's apple was stuck in the guy's throat, because they're choking on their first fucking lie of a transgression. Funny story, right? But it totally makes sense. So anyways, before patriarchy rewrote it all. So anyways, what's happening is whatever this Jezebel spirit, now they tried to say that Lilith was this Jezebel spirit because she was the queen angel of all of these lower level beings. But she just stepped into this position to help bring them back up. That's why you see Lilith and Sophia coming from the underworld with the lanterns leading the people back to the light. This was the mission. This is the actual mission. This is the point of why we incarnated into human form, into human physical form. This is why we decided to sign up and go across the veil and lose our memory of where we came from divinity, right? And this is where the Jezebel spirit, the demiurge, all this shit kept us trapped in this loop, in this cycle. And now we're waking up for it. And that's basically what's happening, is this awakening, because you guys have done, you've said, okay, I'm going to be devoted to the divine and I'm going to whatever is in that direction. And because you guys have both actively been devoted, been devotional to this higher path, you're now getting to go there. Yeah, look at this, 10 of Cups. Happy Buddha. Happy Buddha. So, yeah. So this is really something that's going on. Did that come from the Father? The Father is not, Father is sky, the father sky. Mother Earth, Mother Ocean, the moon, Mother Nature. The sky was just the breeze. God is woman, sweetie. Whoever this is, daughter of Zion, God is a female. And if you don't believe, pray and ask. Don't say, dear Father, say, excuse me, dear Source, Creator. Source creation, the all that is, the Almighty, merciful. I am coming to you as your humble replication. Can you please give me verification? God is a woman. Woo man. Man came from womb. What is the source of creation on this planet? The womb. A man doesn't create babies. No fucking man ever created any baby. The woman's body grows it. The woman's body gestates it. The woman's body conceives it. And from a spirit to a physical entity, it is birthed out of the porthole. The pussy is the portal between worlds. Where does man have that? Where has man ever done that? Patriarchy rewrote man as the authority, but they are not. And that's basically what this is saying. Because the devotion, because masculine finally understood that the most devoted, to be devoted is to be devoted to feminine. This isn't a priest, this is a high priestess. And if you actually want to know where I learned it, no, not from the father, actually. A lot of it came from this book. I said I was going to use this tarot deck today. Maybe I will. This is called the Angel's Tarot. Okay. And what this is a finely grounded, Kabbalistic, alchemical, Christian Catholicism, mysticism, the Angel's Tarot book. That's where I got this from. A lot of this. The Gnosis considered Adamel. Adamel was the fool who attained knowledge. Okay? This is coming like this. The mother, Sophia. This is actual text. This isn't, I mean, I channel all of this stuff and then found it in the book later on, but this is actual fucking text from Kabbalistic, from Catholic, and from Christian mysticism. Not just me fucking making shit up. The mother, Sophia. See this? The mother, Sophia. Okay? So basically what they say is that they used this breath of the mother to breathe it into this other person, right? He sent Christ with his 4 great lights to Idilaboth in the form of Idilaboth and angels. They advised him to breathe into the face of the new creature the power that he had inherited from his mother. From his mother. Not from a father, from his mother, Sophia. Sophia was the teacher, was the mother, not Mary. She was his partner. She studied with him. That's how fucked up patriarchy has fucked up the story. But anyways, in Kabbalistic, right, this is much older. So anyways, he did so and thus transformed to Adam. So he went from Adamel to Adam. This power so that Adam became superior to both the creations, the 7 archons and Idilaboth himself. Okay? The archons is the evil. So he wanted the power. So instead of breathing it into a new creature, they gave the breath into himself to gain all of the power. This is the oldest power play in the fucking book, literally. So anyways, it's the Angel's Tarot. Okay? Idilaboth and his power then brought Adam down into the material world and fashioned him a body made of the 4 elements. God in all of the mercy sent Adam a helper, the soul or the spirit within, the opinia of light, whom he called Zoe. See this? Okay? This was hidden in Adam. So the archons would not be able to come aware of it. Italaboth, which is also known as like this evil, more demonic in nature, he's demonic entity, okay, set Adam in paradise to deceive him, for its bliss was illusionary. They put Adam into the garden to specifically deceive him, because they wanted to take his power from him, because he was trying to override, he's trying to play God when God gave him the ability to create a new life, because Lilith left him. And this is what he did. I'm going to take all of the motherfucking power. Just like a man. Anyways, so the tree of life was intended to lead Adam astray and keep him from reaching his perfection. The tree of knowledge of good and evil, the tree of gnosis, was no other than Zoe. Hence, the command from Italaboth not to eat of it. He was commanded from Italaboth not to eat of it. Not Eve, not anybody else, him. To prevent Adam from perceiving the truth, Italaboth brought forgetfulness upon him, and then created another human being in the form of a woman as a distraction, as a secondary distraction. So he already put the forgetfulness. Then he created another distraction by giving him a woman, because that's all he wanted was power and a subservient female. So he's like, all right, we're going to give you what you want. Just like the universe, just like God does the same things, right? Zoe instigated them to eat of the tree of gnosis. And so they became aware of their true beings, realizing his failure, not her failure, his failure. Italaboth cursed the man and expelled him. Woman was not cursed from the garden. Man was. Man. This is spiritual text. This is not like, bruh. This is from Kabbalistic texts, okay? So, anyways, Italaboth desired Adam's wife and begot two sons, the righteous Eliam and the unrighteous Have, whom men called Cain and Abel. So, what he did to punish him then is then took his wife and fucked her and had children. More, because he had already birthed plenty. That's already on earth, that's already the patriarchy, that's already the darkness controlling man, understanding that man, what they want is power, subservient, people, control. And this is basically what the cards are saying here, is saying that the masculine finally fucking woke up to that and saw actually feminine. But this has been a long time coming, right? Because the emperor, because it's like to deprogram how fucked up the patriarchy has programmed, has created this wounding, is literally goes all the way back to Adam and Eve. Even before that, Adamel and Lilith, before Adam even became Adam, which is actually interesting because we're all made out of atoms. We're made out of thousands, millions, trillions of atoms. That's our physical form when we come onto this planet. We're made out of atoms. How about that? And then the plasma, the spiritual energy that moves and holds things together, is the feminine. That, what do you think is God? Something physical or something spiritual? So God is a woman. Now you guys know. And yeah, that's how deep the programming is. Anyways, so I won't go too much into this, but I just want to show you, like, because someone's like, where are you getting this from? Like, actually, this is from religious texts. So anyways, these cards are really beautiful. I guess we'll use some of these cards because they want to come out. They want to come out and play, and I said last night I would use them. And this is really beautiful. It's an old deck. Oh, what was that? The Knight of Diamonds. Yeah, this has been a long time coming. Yeah, someone said, what is the book? Okay, hold on. Maybe Cyrus. You recently learned that Maori mythology first person was a woman. In in the majority of all the ancient mythologies, even Hindu, right? Like I live in Bali, which is predominantly Hindu, and we're mostly in a Muslim country. All of Indonesia is Muslim, but Bali is Hindu. They're very special. They fought for it because they refused. Now, in Hindu culture, um, even though they have the three heads and their consorts, right? They have Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, right? And for anybody that says God is a man, bitch, Christian religion, and I went on about this last night, okay? The King James version of the Bible was written by rewritten by Constantine and King James. You know what King James wrote before that? The book of demonology of witch hunting. Because he wanted to take women out of their fucking place. So, your Bible was written by a fucking demonic fuck. Just in case you were wondering, now you know. Go fucking Google that shit or ChatGPT, whatever you do. Figure it out. But yes, in Hindu, Shakti, okay? As I started really studying Hindu, I was like, wait a second. I thought it was Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. No, Shakti created them all. And then Shakti came into different forms, and she created multiple forms to go with Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Because what happened is Brahma used to have 5 heads. Before he had 4 heads, he had 5 heads. Now, I'll tell you the story of that fucking channel when I first got to Bali, and it was intense. Brahma used to have 5 heads. And when he came down to the planet, it was like blah, 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 right? And he was so always like distracted. He was distracted by this water nymph, this river nymph, this water nymph, whatever, right? And he was becoming lustful because he was in this heavier density. And so the other, I forget who it was. I forget who it was that fucking whatever, who said, this is it. And they came and they chopped his 5th head off. They chopped the 5th head off. So now Brahma has 4 heads. And the reason why is so none can be distracted or looked at anything else than its fucking job, which is creation itself, right? Which is maintaining the creation itself, right? And so 1 for north, 1 for south, 1 for east, 1 for west. So there's not another head, so he can't get distracted. And then Shakti, the mother, created, I think it was Parvati. She created for Brahma. Saraswati, she created for Vishnu, and then Shiva, because he was going through through the Kali Yuga. Shiva had multiple consorts or whatever. Anyways, in most old ancient texts that isn't fucking learned from where patriarchy rewrote the feminine out of the story, feminine is the source of creation. Feminine is the source of creation. Now, if we want to go a little bit deeper to really understand how this would make sense, is like this, okay? If we look at the Fibonacci, you guys understand the Fibonacci sequence, like everything in nature replicates the Fibonacci sequence, right? This is the golden ratio. You've seen it before. You've seen it in like ammonites and stuff like this. Hold on, I'll get it for you and I'll show you guys really quick. I have one here. I have one here. Okay. This is one of the most ancient life forms, fossil life forms, whatever, that's like on our planet, right? And this is fucking science, bro. Okay? This. Okay? You guys have seen this before. The Fibonacci sequence, right? The golden ratio, right? This is fucking prehistoric, bro. Like this is, okay? So, in this sequence, in the golden ratio, if you look, they generally have it put up in a rectangular, right? And there's a rectangle and then another rectangle, and it's the same amount of measurements, and it goes smaller, 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 and it kind of spirals in these little rectangular shapes. And what they're following is this sequence, okay? So now let me just break it down to you in the super layman's terms, okay? The square, the rectangular, the form, the structure, foundation is the masculine. the hard angles, the squares, the linear from point A to point B. Boom, 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 boom. And this spiral, which they all line up to, is feminine. Form, fluidity, creation. So, form and fluidity and creation itself needs structure, right? And stability in order to be built. So again, masculine and feminine energies. Does that make a little bit more sense? So this is how it's like both are required. Both are required, right? As we're in the state of polarity, as we're in a world of duality and polarity, right? It's just they're both required. They need, you need the structure, you need the form and the structure to the creation and the fluidness of it, right? So masculine is the builder, the protector. They're the boundary, the protection, the outer layer, the internal workings, the internal flow and fluidity of the form and the creation and the breeding and spiraling, because things are spiraling like this, not spiraling out, they're spiraling up, right? In creation sense. So in order for it not to just keep spiraling out, right? Like feminine is like the thought, the feeling, right? They're the emotions, the feeling. The guy is like the logistics. And isn't that true in actual human nature as well? Women are like, oh, I don't like how that makes me feel. And men's like, but what do you mean how it makes you feel? Like, that's what you wanted. And it's like, well, I didn't want it. Like, and they can't understand because they're like, but you said you wanted this and I gave you that. Like, fact, linear. They can't feel and all of the things. And so that's what's happening as we're shifting into this fourth entity. Now all the masculine is feeling all this energy from the feminine because they're like, because the feminine is really waking up. And the masculine is like, I don't know what to do. And so some of them are fucking freaking out and attacking. Some of them are like breaking down, like, wait, we're waking up. We need you, you know? But this is the very interesting way of nature, right? It's just, this is nature. It's literally, this is the oldest thing on this fucking planet. And the golden ratio, the spiral, is the feminine. So anyways, yeah, you the second you heard say that Sophia is God. Sophia is not, I don't know if Sophia is God, but she's definitely the mother. So maybe, but it's Sophia. So here's the thing. Sophia herself, right? That's why I changed my name from Zoe to Sophia, right? Sophia itself, right? Just like Mary was a title. Mary, so Magdalene was actually her name. Mary was the title. Mary was a title given to womb priestesses, to high level womb priestesses. So they were working directly with God and channeling, and they were womb priestess. And Mary was the title, like Mr., but it would be like Mary Magdalene. That's what it meant. Actually, if you actually study and you actually read, not just what people fucking, not just what religions give you, but if you actually go and study it, you'll understand. So Sophia actually means divine wisdom, wisdom divine. Wisdom is what it actually breaks down to. So the divine wisdom or knowledge that we are able to receive is coming from feminine nature, because feminine is the creator, creation, right? Woman, man, all man come from the womb. What man never came from a woman? Whether they're being birthed out of the portal, the pussy portal, or whether they're pleasuring themselves, they're coming from a fucking woman. Like, regardless, whatever your preference is, every single person that got here, unless they're being fucking farmed like alien fetuses, you came from a woman. Not from a man, you came from a woman. The woman grew you in her body. Her body created all the things that changed you into what it is, that you grow from her body. Her body created that. Men don't have that capacity. Do not. So if we're going, what came first, the chicken or the egg? It still had to be birthed. Like, it's just the reality. I know it's hard to deprogram the stuff that we have been manipulated to believe all of this time, but it is part of their programming. So be gentle with yourself and really sit, like what somebody was like saying, going on and on about it last night. And I said, listen, you don't have to take my word for it, right? If you're super connected with the divine, with God, however you see that, right? Because there's all these different religions, Allah, God, Jah, whatever, right? Pray. Pray to God, but not as a specific male or female, and pray and ask. Ask your angels, ask your guides, ask your God. What did I come from? What is source creation? Is source creation feminine in nature? And I guarantee you're going to get a hard yes. A hard yes. Religion, patriarchy, everything else aside, dear universe, source creator. Are you divine and feminine in nature? Is that what created us? Now, if we want to get really higher up into it, as we get into higher densities, there's not really the masculine and the feminine, but the knowledge, Sophia taught the knowledge. This was the wisdom, the knowledge that Jesus became a prophet to preach. He is not a God. He is a man. He is not a fucking savior. He is just like every one of us. He just became an ascended master. That's the only thing that made him different. Master is not Lord. Master means you have mastered something. Lord means you are ownership. You are lording over. And that is where patriarchy fucked everybody up. Dear Lord, no, Lord is someone who owns land and livestock. Literally, go fucking look it up. Where it comes from, how it breaks down. No creation, no God wants to lord and own anybody or anything. We're here to experience life itself. Source creation is love, is compassion, not linear. Masculine is linear. Feminine is love, compassion, nurturing. Like, it's not rocket science. It's just facts. It's just hard because we've been programmed to believe things were a certain way. You know? I don't say good morning because I don't mourn. I say grand rising because I'm not trying to fall into depression. And that's another program word from the patriarchy. We're not mourning. If you want to, I guess if you want to mourn the loss of the patriarchy, go for it. But I'm not mourning. I'm rising. Top of the day, grand rising. Words are spells. That's why it's called spelling. So become more aware. The more that you read, the more that you study, the more that you learn, you'll understand how we have been manipulated by the words that they have put in most of these texts. Like Lord. No. Jesus Christ is not our savior. He was only a prophet teaching people that we came here to incarnate in physical form because we have the ability. This is our sacrifice. When we die, when we come down from, we were divine. We all come from source creation. We are divinity. That's why my channel is called Divinity Within Thee. It's to teach people that we are all divine. We all came from the divine. We will all return to the divine. We are simply here. We are spiritual beings. We are divine in nature, having a human experience. The human world in the third density is the top level of hell. That's why it's called heal your hell. That's why Jesus washed feet, to clean the things so it didn't start coming up to your crown, your chakra point. If you actually study what they're teaching in any of these scripts, you would understand that the patriarchy created it to make it about a man to be worshipped and to call a man God. Why do they do that? It's a satanic ritual in nature. And I know this is going to hurt a couple of people. They're not going to feel comfortable about this, but I'm here to share truth. I'm the truth speaker, right? I'm the truth. I'm Gnosis, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right? I'm just channeling information. I'm just here to share information. It's just information. Don't go away mad. Just go away if you're upset. But hear me out, okay? The reason why they did it is it's dark and satanic ritual in nature. Because the first thing that they say, the first thing that God says, whether God is a man or a woman, doesn't fucking matter. The first thing that is spoken is, do not worship man or any false idols. And this is how we know that the end of days is coming, is because man will be worshiping man and false idols. Now, what are we worshiping? Money, power. We're using a cross, which is where we crucified one of the most amazing prophets to bring the Christ consciousness, this higher level of consciousness, to the world. And what did everybody do? They fucking crucified him. So now everybody wears a cross, and this is a false idol. We're worshiping the fact that we slaughtered him. And then they have you go into organized religion, which is opium for the masses. And sit with me here for one more minute, okay? When you partake of the sacrament, you're eating the body and drinking the blood. Now let's go to see what's going on in the world today. What are the satanic rituals that they're doing, that these sick fucks are doing? They're eating human flesh and drinking the blood. So, your organized religion and the sacrament is a satanic ritual. Hate to be the one to break it to you, sending you lots of love, but as we're deconstructing the patriarchy, this is the reality. Because that's not normal. Why would you eat somebody's body and drink their blood? Even if you're not actually doing that, you're partaking in a ritual that they're sucking your life force energy out of, from. I know. I'm sending so much love, like big hugs, big love to everyone waking up and understanding this. It's a lot. It's fucking intense to be like, wait a second. But I mean, if they lie to you about your history, if they lie to you about being these megalomaniac, pedo, fucking human eating freaks, like, do you think the same people that were in control and the power, that were rewriting the calendar and the Bible and all that, were not lying to you? It's hard. I understand. But if you're a good person, okay, you're whatever, it's about your soul. What did the prophet teach? Do unto others as you would have others do to you. Love thy neighbor. He did not judge, and everybody's like, Jesus wouldn't like that. Jesus wouldn't fucking judge you, you dumb bitches. What the fuck? What, on what premise? He's pissed. Also, he's pissed that everybody is, one, using his name in vain, worshiping him as a false idol because he was a man, and then fucking judging other people in his name, in the name of his Christianity. No, it's Christ consciousness, okay? You have 33 vertebrae. Why did he die when he was 33? 33 vertebrae in your spinal cord. What comes up in the spinal cord? It's called Christos oil. When the Christos oil comes all the way up into your pineal gland, if you understand how to hold it like the Egyptian Ankh, not the cross, the actual Ankh, you come up and you circulate it back down and you hold this. And that is how it's like when people are like high level meditation and stuff like this, they're tapping in. That is the Christ consciousness, the Christos oil. It's a state of consciousness. There's not a physical man that's coming back to rescue us. It's the world waking the fuck up and realizing we are this unity, collective consciousness. And separation is the fucking demiurge. That's the devil. Separation is the devil. Race is the devil. Sacrament is actually the devil. We don't do those things. We don't need sacrifice. We don't need that anymore. If you want to sacrifice something, sacrifice the meal that you're going to eat to give it to someone that you see starving. If you want to abstain or sacrifice something, sacrifice the amount of time that you spend. Something that means something to you. As world evolves, so too does this ancient text, because the first thing they say in the Bible is, we believe the Bible to be the word of God, not that he is a him, never said that, as far as it is translated correctly. Now, lost in translation is a lot of things. Just like I said, the word for rib is also the word for side in Hebrew. But if you're translating it into, let's say, Latin or something else, there isn't a direct translational word that coincides. Does that make sense? So if you ever been somewhere or traveled, or if you know multiple languages like me, right, you'll understand that as you start to deal with all these other languages, the words don't transfer. There is no word for word transfer over. It's fucking impossible. It's not, it doesn't exist. So why the fuck would you think that ancient text would be able to translate word for word into a different language than which it was written properly? Cannot. Tell me what language today even exists to where something transfers word for word for word. None. So you think it was chill back then, but now we just can't figure it out? It's possible, but I highly doubt it. Who was translating it? Men. Go look it up. Constantine was paid to rewrite the King James version of the Bible, which is what all of the organized religion is using. So anyways, the more you know, the more you learn, the more you understand, and the less you feel, I mean, we're all going to feel betrayed by religion, by government, by our family, by our structures, because everybody was just passing on what they knew. They didn't know any better, and people didn't question it. And now that we're like, wait a second, because the level of consciousness is evolving, we're evolving, and because of that, we're now like, wait a second, this doesn't make sense. And then when someone's like, oh, well, this, oh, that actually, wait, that, like, I feel it in my soul. That makes sense. Like, people kind of go like, you can't talk about the sacrament. And I'm like, but I think people need to understand that they're participating in a Luciferian satanic ritual. Eating. Like, because they're concurrent, because you're concurrent to it, you don't have to eat the body and the blood because you're already agreeing that you're using this thing to do it. Yeah, it's gross, right? Because nobody ever thought about it like that, or nobody ever told it to you like that. And you're like, wait a second, it's fucking clear as day. Now, once you see it, you can't unsee it. The veil is lifting. Remember, when we came down here from divinity, we crossed the veil, and the veil took away all of our divine wisdom and knowledge, the Sophia, the wisdom, the divine wisdom. Now we're reawakening this divine wisdom. And if you actually go back to the original text, like that broke open last year in Ethiopia, the original, there's the Magdalene, right? There's Magdalene, there's John, there's Philip, there's all these other things. There's the book of Enoch, and they talk about all of this. But they took that out. They took it all out. They rewrote it. So, we believe the Bible to be the word of God as far as it is translated correctly. I don't think it's been translated correctly. I think that we can use it as a mythology and take the stories and the information, right? Just like the 33 vertebrae and the Christos oil and the Christ consciousness basically is hidden in text, just like hermetics and esoteric teachings. Ancient knowledge and ancient wisdom was meant to be learned, not to just be so obvious. So you got to do a little bit. You got to go a little deeper, you know, to actually study, to get a little farther. So it's crazy how deep the programming is. Yes. Yeah. The Bibles written by man are full of hatred towards women. That's the point, is they rewrote it like that, because before they created the King James version of the Bible, the same person wrote the book of demonology and started a fucking global witch hunt. It's witch hunting. So any woman that had wisdom, that could work with plants, that could heal, that was like doing herbology, that could talk to spirits, that could channel, that maybe had property, that wasn't married or wasn't owned. This womb, this Mary Magdalene, the womb priestess, Mary, womb priestess, womb man, they didn't like that. And so they just said, this is now a witch hunt. And it became a fucking thing because they made a book. And then the same fucking people made your Bible that you fucking read as your word of God. Why would God want to destroy and to kill and to hunt his creation? That doesn't make any sense. Why would he want to murder and rape and manipulate and erase and eradicate feminine? That is man needing power because they don't have the same power that woman has, and they realize that they are far inferior and that female is far superior. And so feminine just said, all right, whatever, let them fucking have it because their poor little egos are being bruised. So let them have it. And it became the way. And now feminine is waking up and saying, eh, 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 eh. Like, what? No. 0%, we're doing this again. And that's where this new world, this new earth, kNew, not new earth, new, kNew, new era, okay? New, we already know. Life is a series of remembrance. We already have all the divine knowledge within us. We're just remembering, or we're not learning, we're just remembering. We're remembering all this information, just like it said in the book. They implanted all of divine wisdom within the being before they fucking split him. It's within us. It's in our genetic coding. And as it starts to wake up, and the reason why they did that is so the demiurge could not completely delete it. So the patriarchy is basically the demiurge. So they could not delete it. As we wake up, it's within us and it's undeniable. And that's what's happening to the entire world right now. And it's intense. My comprehension is priceless. Yeah. So none can, thank you, I appreciate that. So none can bridge the under and the overworlds of each of the elements. The head was the water of the spirit, the air, and this is the air of the spirit, and the aethers. Those are the Gould Stargate worms. Okay, yeah. So basically, what you're talking about is the Stargate worms, right? The demiurge is like the snake eating its tail. So they like to keep us in this because they can feed off of it, right? If we're in this fear, and that's what they did is they rewrote the devil, they rewrote fear, and the reason why is because they understand they can control. When there's separation, when there's fear, when there's manipulation, people are scared and they're easily manipulated and controlled. And that is why they rewrote. They scared people. They scared people about hell and Satan and all that. Like, what God would say, I'm giving you the ability to have your own free will, but we already ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, so we know that killing somebody or raping somebody isn't good. So that's our free will. That's not our passion or desire. That's our acknowledged choice to do the evil thing. And then that's the karma. And so what these people have been doing to keep us in this cyclical nature, keeping our heels grounded on the top level of hell, is keeping us in this fear state, keeping us looping in this fear state, working for them. We're never meant to be subservient. Whether you're woman or man, we are likeness of the divine. We are divinity incarnate in physical human form. So why would we be, what? No. We wouldn't be killing. We wouldn't be having wars. That's power. That's power, control, manipulation. That's the demiurge. That's man. Okay? And so as we're stepping through, this is the portal, right? This is the portal that we're stepping through now. And we're waking up. And the Christ consciousness is heart-centered. This is why in ancient cultures, they bow their head down. Why? Because your heart needs to be above your head. Because your conscious brain is fucking public enemy number one. Motherfucker. Public enemy number one. Not your subconscious, Your conscious is operating all of these programs that are fucking repeating, that have been programmed, that have come down, boom, 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 through generation to generation to generation, karmatically, traumatic, replaying. And that's what they do. Because if they can keep us traumatized, they're getting, then when they kill us or when they eat us or whatever, all this shit, they're getting the adrenochrome. And that's how they fucking stay ageless. They're vampires. They're vampiric in nature. Right? What do vampires do? They eat people and they suck their blood to stay alive and to stay younger. That's 100% what's happening. People think that demons are evil. Demons can be rationalized. Demons can be negotiated with. They just want balance. They want respect. Vampires want to manipulate and infiltrate. It's a bit different. It's like a parasite. It's like burning your hand or having a parasite inside of you. You can repair the burn. The parasite you can get out, but it's going to take a while because it's fucking feeding on your soul, on your physical body. So hopefully that helps. So we can bridge. So this is where the high priestess, the Hierophant energy, right? This is where we come in, because if you notice in a lot of the decks, the high priestess is being able to see between both, between the ethers and the physical world. And that's what she's doing, is she's teaching. This is the teachings, right? The Hierophant teaching how to harness all of these energies. And that's why they took them out, because they can't be in control and manipulating people if people are teaching them how to wake up. And that's why they fucking hunted me like a fucking animal, because they don't like that. And that's also why we were started as carbon-based life forms, and we're changing to crystalline-based life forms to get to these higher levels, because we don't want to be in this heavy density anymore. We want to be in this love frequency and this Christ consciousness. As we reach this Christ consciousness collectively, we have the ability to start waking up stored light codes, genetic codes, things that are already in our DNA that have just been dormant because we weren't at a vibrational frequency, at a resonance high enough to fucking activate, to reactivate them. Why do you think you only use a portion of your brain? You get it? Like, we're fucking awesome. We're like little mini superheroes, literally. Words matter. Jesus, the only begotten, all deities know this. Namaste. Look inside for the truth. We never keep growing. Okay, well, I'm going to have to disagree. We're going to have to agree to disagree on that, because that was patriarchy that wrote that. Now, when I was reading the book earlier, as you notice, Jesus was sent down to do this. Then when he realized they fucked everything up, he came here to try to fix it. But in the process, he had to cross the veil. Okay? But God, if God was a man, he didn't birth a fucking man. From where? From where? The mother gave him the source to breathe life. The mother. It says so in this fucking text, bro. If you just got here and you showed up late, whoever you are, chartreuse, it's supposed to be chartreuse. This is from multiple religions. That's why I busted it out. Nautilus spiral. Yeah, bro. Stop, laugh out loud. The outfit is getting you. Okay. Positive expression of creative, extroverted builders. Yes. You guys are talking about them. It takes me a while to do this, because when I'm channeling, I don't like to get distracted by reading. The receivers of the positive polarity express the negative, but not negative connotation. Exactly. You're exactly right, Elizabeth. 100%. And that is where they used the wordplay to fuck us up, right? Because feminine is the negative polarity, or the black but the white, but it doesn't mean they're negative in nature, but they created it like that, right? That's where they rewrote it, because they didn't want to admit that that feminine wouldn't be submissive to masculine. And so she said, I'm out. And so they couldn't let that story fucking run. So instead, she was a fucking succubus that was cast out. She made that choice. That was all her choice. But you know, his story repeats itself, her story repairs itself. And that's why we're moving out of the patriarchal society. And watch, believe me, I don't just read tarot. I'm a channeler, you know. I've been channeling this for a lot of years. If you want to schedule a personal or private reading, the information is in the information box below. This is a collective reading. Hence, don't judge energy. It's electric and magnetic. Exactly. Just like when you put two magnets and sometimes they're bing, and sometimes when you turn it around, when you turn that ship around, guess what? Bing! Goes right together, doesn't it? This is amazing. Thank you for going into detail. Apologies for derailing the reading. No. This is all, it's all cohesive because this is what's going on. This is what the masculine, right? This is what the masculine has been going through. This is what they're experiencing on the micro and the macro level. This is what's happening. They're realizing that everything they've been taught, that this masculine needing to be in control and the leader and all this stuff, like maybe we're following the wrong leader. Look at all of our, look at the global fucking stage, people. Should men be the leader? I think not. It's collapsing. And so it's all relevant. It comes up because it's relevant. And the guides tell me to go in and they start channeling and tell me to give the information based on what is meant to be shared. So it's okay. It's not a side quest. It's all cohesive. It's all relevant because this is how far back the masculine wounding actually started, from the fucking source of creation itself, right? Like, fuck. And they've been trying to cover it up. The biggest fucking cover up story in his story. Was it his story? Or was it her story from the beginning? Are we going to change it? Let's go. History repeats itself. Her story repairs itself. This is my little catchphrase. Go post that somewhere. Somebody make some slaps. Somebody make some shit. I want to see that. Yeah, hence why men marry women. Yes, because they want to own their womb space because they breed. But the thing is because they wanted to take control, because the oldest documented information is actually matriarchal societies where the women pass down family. I think it's called, what is it? Tepe or something. I can't remember exactly what it's called. Something Tepe. And that's what they found, is all these houses and burial sites and all of this. And it was all the women, and all the girls were given all this extra stuff and were buried with all of this. They had all of their servants and all these more things, and even children had way more. The male, it's like they showed up and they were there, but everything was passed down genealogically through the feminine line. Now, where science is now understanding, because we never actually studied the feminine anatomy because we wrote that out, everything we know from medical science has been based on a man of smaller and lesser weight and size. When it's what? Are you fucking joking? The female body is nothing like the masculine body, except for they're just fucking meat sacks. That's the only similar comparison. Literally. So as we're learning, what they actually found out is that no genetics actually, besides once it goes to the kid, the XY chromosome, that's all that gets passed down. How they found the oldest genetic thing is it gets passed down. The grandmother, the great grandmother, from the eggs. So actually the daughter, not the son, this is how fucked up history, his story. It was a story that he wrote to fucking confuse it. And that's exactly what it says. Is he created an illusionary story to trick everybody. Like, hello. Hello, McFly. So anyways, the story that he created, his story. So funny, right? Oh, God, I can't even say it. But yeah, that's why they married them, because they wanted to have the ownership of the womb. So Mary is the womb. And then, yes, they marry, the man marries the woman so he can have control and dominance, so he can lord over the control of the birthing of the creation itself. Ownership, like livestock. And that's how they've been treating women, as breeding grounds and livestock for fucking, we didn't even want to get into it. Okay? We don't want to go there. So anyways, I'm happy this is literally what I do. Yeah, they trapped us. Sophia is the mother of this shadow world because she created it all by herself with male archetype counterpart, as she was cast from the lands and worlds of the light. That's why her breath had to create. Okay, you're almost completely right there. She was not cast out. She made the decision. He was like, well, I'm going to cast you out. If you're not going to be subservient, then I'm going to cast you out. And she was like, all right, deuces. So they had to make it this big thing, as if she was evil and cast out. But the reality is, yes, and if you start to go a little bit deeper, what you're talking about, Liz, is the breath, right? This actually, it's not her world, okay? It was Italaba that created created the trap or the distraction. Okay, she didn't create this world. She came down from the garden into this world because this world was a place where, like a planet, right, where people can come to Earth School and feel all the emotions and learn to come back. It was about bringing people from the underworld to step back into light, to bring them back up. So it's not that she created the world like this. She is the creation itself of the world because all of them are her children. So, because they all come from the mother, right? But she didn't create all of it. It's the free will. Basically, look at it like this. God got bored of everything being perfectly divine, so he created this little game where divinity could come down and experience itself individually, because we're connected. We're all oneness, right? We go back to this oneness, to source, to creation, right? To oneness. If you look at the channelings from the Book of One or whatever, something like this, right? Where they're channeling the raw consciousness. The sun God, right? The son of God? No, we used to worship the sun. And that's where patriarchy made it the sun, S-O-N, instead of the S-U-N. If you look, all ancient cultures have worshipped the sun, the birthing and the rebirthing. It's the same. Like, all of it is just, it's stories. It's stories. Like, so much of the biblical shit is just stories. That's what it's meant to be, stories, right? So we can remember. It's been passed down, so we can learn from it. So yeah, her breath created, and this is the story of Shakti, right? Shakti, she came out and she was in darkness. Then she breathed and she heard a sound. And then she created the sound, right? That's where Saraswati, number 2. And then there was the light and the beauty, right? Lakshmi, the abundance, right? I have a whole script about, actually, if we make it her story and not his story, all the different deities, because I understand Hindu. Like, I mean, I've studied lots of different religions, but when I came here, it was like, fuck, Hindu makes so much sense. What the fuck have we been doing all this time? And this is like one of the most ancient religions that there is, right? Older than Buddhism. Hindu. Hindu for the windu. So, anyways, the life of breath into the inanimate bodies created by her son. The God is the master archon of this world, who couldn't create the souls into. And it, yes, and that's exactly what I was reading. That's exactly what it talks about in this book. So she gave Yeshua, Jesus, this breath of life to bring in, to breathe in to this creature, to create the another, right? Because when Lilith left, they were both created out of this clay. And so they're like, we're going to create a new one because I'm lonely. The male loneliness epidemic started when Lilith fucking left Adam out. And so instead of fully breathing it into a new feminine, they brought it into this other thing that they created for the masculine to maintain all of the power. So they've been lying and cheating and manipulating and deceiving since before they even came to this planet. Just in their makeup. Just in their genetics somehow. So anyways, as the breath of the brother out of the mouth of the mother. Yes, from the mother, as the breath of life, and those whom were created to serve this worldly life within this dimension. Yes. So she came down to resolve things. Let's just say like that, because a lot of people weren't happy that she said we want to allow people the free will to experience, because they want to experience. Imagine if everything was always perfect and divine all the time. You would get bored after fucking infinity. So you'd make up new games to experience yourself. New forms, new situations, new planets, whatever. And so when they did that and they gave the free will of capacity to humans, they started, man, whatever, Italaba, because we're on the top level of hell, right? Because the infiltration and this lower density, they became lustful, they became greedy, they became power hungry, they raped, they pillaged, they stole, they blah, 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 blah. And basically the gods were like, what kind of gods are you that created a planet where you're letting all of your creations hurt and kill and blah, 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 blah. And they're just like, whoa, 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 whoa. This is free will. This is the experience. This is the experience that the Earth ride offers. Is the polarity. But you were already given the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, so that's your choice, your free will. And many people are just fucking satanic in nature. Like Satan was not evil. It's the satanic rituals using the dark, negative, darker, evil, heavier stuff to do bad things, right? Because he was just the angel of darkness. It was just the same as when what was the story? The Greek story. It's like Zeus had the three sons, right? And so Hades had to rule the underworld, and then someone was like for here, and then someone was up there, right? There was three of them. Someone had to choose. He drew the fucking short stick or whatever, and he had to go to the underworld. It's the same thing, right? Satan was like, I'll go down there. I'm the Prince of Darkness. I'll be the Prince of Darkness. And it was this big fight. It was the same thing that happened with Lilith. She was like, I have to save my children, because she realized that they would forget as we come through the veil. We forget our divinity and we get stuck in addictions and pain and in this demiurge, in this fucking cyclical loop where they're sucking our life force energy based on this fear and this lack and all of these things. So yeah, it's kind of intense, right? And why keeping livestock is called animal husbandry, I don't know. I like that, baby. I'm talking that. Okay, truth. That's where Sophia came from. Yeah. Hi, you love the green and blue. It looks good on you. Thank you. Makeup is amazing. Thank you. And we are divine Holy Spirit. Yes. Beautiful. Thank you, Jacqueline. Brahma. Uh, I don't know what you're asking for. I can't tell you about any weird shit like that. I'm sorry. But if you're going to keep asking weird shit like that, I'm going to have to block you because it's weird. Well, the beyond, she was cast out, and the soul energy she seeded the life with was from her and beyond, where the light exists, isn't summoned with the words of let there be light. No, she first was a sound. First there was sound before there was light. I'm pretty fucking positive because she was in darkness. Or whatever, regardless, right? Light, sound, whatever. When she came to and realized she was in darkness and that, she was what she is. Yeah, vampires. Don't eat fast food. Bro, like, what's so funny? Yeah, McDonald's, yeah. It's so funny? Like, a really old friend of mine posted some shit today or yesterday on Facebook and was like, blah, 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 blah. And she's going off about, and she tagged McDonald's and she was going off about something about latex. And I was like, she was like, they wouldn't let me go to the drive-thru and they wouldn't let me do this and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, you should be grateful, like, why you're even tagging or going to promote things like this where they eat babies and shit. She's like, it's neither here nor there. It has nothing to do with the point. And I was like, that is the entire point. She's like, that's beside the point. I was like, no, it's not beside the point. That is the point. Is people are just like, well, I was just trying to get an iced tea. Like, you're supporting a corporation that incorporates human meat into their fucking food. The fuck? I don't give a like, no. 0% are we doing that. And that's the problem is people like, well, I just needed this. Well, I just wanted to do that. I just wanted to get my Amazon Prime because it was cheaper than like ordering. I just wanted to get this cheaper than going to the mom and pop. And that's why our world is in the state that it's in. Because people are cheap and fucking lazy and they're not willing to do the devotional work to get the outcome that they're wishing. Boycott that shit. Nasty. So intense, yes. You don't like McDonald's. Yeah. Arby's is human skin. I would believe it, bro. Like, it's nasty. That's nasty. Like, that's what I'm saying. Is like, but here's the thing. People are just now waking up. Like, there's a lot that people have been, for us old school people and conspiracy theorists and all this shit. Like, now it's all true. And we're like, but like not, because it's like intense. It's a lot. Like, we've been collecting it over 20 fucking years or so. You guys just got it all in one fucking year because you've been that asleep. You've been that sedated, that zombie apocalypse that you're just going about the motion. Not even doing the research. Excuse me. No. Get down. Yes, get down. Hold on one second. You need to go outside? Give me 1 second, you guys. Just fucking throwing over my... I don't want her to break this stuff. Baby, you can't do that. You're going to break these things. Yeah, you can't do that. You don't belong here. What do you need? What do you need? You need to go outside? Here. Say hi to Caddy, everybody. Say, I'm sorry. I need so much attention. Go on. Goodness, I had her locked inside because the neighbor kids next door fucking keep trying to take off her little vest, her little custom vest that I made for her. There's this thing out here in Bali. I don't know if it's all of Indonesia, but at least in Bali, the way that it goes is if the animal has like a collar, they can have a string or a bandana or a thing or whatever, then they have an owner, right? They're not free to take. But so many times, because she's like a little dog, because she's super smart, she's like super amazing, right? She's not like a normal cat. She's like a puppy cat, And so she'll come and stuff when I call her and everything like this, right? I can whistle and she'll come running and people are like, what the fuck? But anyways, they keep trying to take her fucking vest off. So I was like, you can stay inside until the kids leave because I'm tired of this. It's like every day, and they try to like take it off of her, but I sewed it to her because they kept stealing them, not here, but in different places. And so I sewed it. I physically sewed it so they can't take it off. And so they're trying to pull her arms out, and then she comes back all like she can only walk on one arm, and I'm just like, fuck. So I was like, you need to stay inside away from while the kids are out there trying to harass you. But she's like a little kid, right? So she can only be inside for so long before she's like, I need to go outside. Starts fucking shit up. And she does that intentionally because she knows I'll get upset. She knows that I'm like, all right, go outside. Like, I don't want to get upset. Yeah, what he said not to do. The colostrum oil. What up? Jay Dizzle. What up, Sacktown? Good Rising. Negotiation. Negotiation? I don't know this word. Even. Yeah, he knows, right? See, he knows, right? Oh, you are a polyglot. Transliterated, not translated. Right? Right? And that's the fucked up thing, is because people think that that the snakes, and this is where it got, this is also where it got fucked up, is because people thought because snakes were they're of reptilian, like, not descent, but they're reptiles. Actually, are they? I don't know, but they grouped them together. So actually, the naga, the dragons, and the snakes, the serpents, were actually high level, because they have higher senses than we do, and so they're able to kind of protect or see. And yeah, this is again where they fucked it up, um, because that was the reptilian. That was the reptilian shit, right? That's what they wanted to do, is to like confuse people, right? Like, yeah, so it's a lot. Um, they reckon they don't need to learn Hebrew. That's why to learn from the Quran, you need to learn Arabic. Can't take English translation. Yeah, Arabic, I should probably learn Arabic, because I mean, I've sat down, I have friends that are like this, and I understand, like, the Kabbalah, the Kabbalah, like all this other stuff, right? Like, I understand a lot of that, but like, again, you and I, we really don't know unless we actually know the language and we're actually reading. And as the people that are actually reading the languages and they're explaining it to me, like for me, I have people that actually speak Hebrew, that speak Arabic plenty, because where I live, right? So I've had these conversations with them, and they're like, and to be honest, like, the Jewish people are scared fucking shit. They don't even like to use the word Lilith. That scares them, because basically it means she is basically the second coming. Not a man, a woman. And that's why they've been telling everybody all this time, there's a man. Hilarious, right? It's so funny, because they're looking for a man to be their savior, and that's how they programmed us, to be like, man is the leader, man is the savior, man. Again, we're worshiping man, the first thing the Bible says not to do. Don't worship men or false idols. Hello. McFly. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is the translation, right? Can't translate, you can't, things don't translate all the way over. You like what you provided to your knowledge and wisdom. Thank you. I like what you're sharing. Well, you can, but yeah, I should get the teaching if I have right intention. Rainbow connection, agreed. Rainbow connection. Because the English translation has a lot in it, but to get to the pure message, learn Hebrew. Yeah, or like he said, Arabic. Like, you have to learn something, where it's coming from, right? Because even Latin, when they translated everything to Latin, that was already like multiple translations down. Well, this Bible that they found, the original Bible that they found, literally part of the earth broke open in Ethiopia, and they found this stuff. When they're like, "You're not channeling Lilith," and she was like, "I will break open the earth and prove it to you." And literally, like, in that week, the earth broke open at like the seed of in Ethiopia, the seed of the fucking earth itself, of people. And this ancient text came out with all of these books that were missing. So the Book of Enoch talks a lot about this, about the Watchers and the Demiurge and all of that stuff. So people are like, "You were watching too many fantasy movies." They were telling me this like last month, and I was like, "Bitch, this is fucking ancient biblical text. This isn't a fantasy movie. We're living more in a thriller fantasy movie right now than the information that I'm giving to you, but it seems like fantasy because you've been programmed that this fucking hellscape is our reality, and we're concurring to it. And the more that we learn and the more that we wake up and the more we say, no, 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 I don't concur. Just, I don't concur. Megalomaniacs, I don't concur. Pedophilia, I don't concur. Eating, like cannibalism, I don't concur. I don't concur. Raping women, children, man, whoever. Like, hide your kids, hide your wife. They're raping everybody out here. Like, what? What? Like, I don't know any other one. What? Like, that's all I say. Sexuality as spiritual, divine, feminine wisdom. So, sacred energy exchange, because the wisdom or the knowledge, the womb is coming from it. And so, this is how men can gain more wisdom and connect further with the woman, of course, right? That's why sex is sacred energy exchange. And that's why being poly or having multiple partners or lying to your partners, cheating, whatever, that's why the world is so fucked up, right? That's 100% why the world is so fucked up, because people can't actually connect, right? And they were doing this. My ex was trying to do this shit because he had a sexual demon, this Jezebel energy, connected. And they kept trying to give it to me and I was like, fuck this. I just went celibate. I was like, fuck this. You know what the reptilian, dark lord, draconian order doesn't like? Celibacy. Because they can't feed off of your feeding, fighting, fucking. And that's what they feed off of. And if you just fucking cut that off, cock block it, cock chopping, like, then it doesn't exist anymore. They can't infiltrate. They have to infiltrate through other ways: fear, manipulation, scarcity, separation, addiction. But you keep your being super sovereign by celibacy. And people are like, oh, that's fucking crazy. And I'm like, listen, okay, I'm a triple Scorpio. I'm not saying I'm going to be celibate forever, but if I don't have like a divine connection, then I'm not going to do it, right? Because actually, sex magic is fucking crazy, you guys, right? Like, if you're actually doing sacred energy exchange and you have an intention before you're making love and you're manifesting, and you can even hold that, the chi, that again, that's like the ankh is like the uterus, bro. Hello, McFly. So anyways, I don't know why I'm saying that. Hello, McFly. I'm going Back to the Future. Okay. So anyways, when you can hold that chi or that energy, you can use it to manifest more and more and more. But when you're using it with intention and when it comes out and you stay in that space, you can actually manifest. Like, it's something that I was doing with my ex for a while until he fucking, I don't know, until someone got him to fuck some whore or did some weird shit. Like, I don't know. Honestly, he's the first person I thought it would never be a problem with. And he was actually the first person it was the problem with. So you never know. You never know what you're going to get. But this is the infiltration, right? 100%. This is the infiltration. And men will be easily manipulated. That's the point, is that they're pleasure seekers. They're still in this lower reptilian draconian energy. And that's the point, is feminine has evolved and evolved and evolved and evolved. Masculine is still operating at the same base animalistic level as the reptilians. We're raping, we're creating rape academies, we're drugging, and what the fuck grade are you in, bro? What the fuck? What? If you are worshiping the goddess. That's why I laugh all the time when I see these, what are they called? The Shiva Lingas? I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. I was like, the Shiva Linga sure looks like a juicer. Which, if you get a woman juicy, she's juicing, and you would want to check that, and then it goes into the flow that creates the water of life. Hello. Men don't do that. Anyways, let's not get too much Telomeres capped, no caps preferred. Wait. Oh, so emotionally exhausted. Okay, okay. So I'm like, I missed something. Wow. No caps preferred. We know the errors of previous lifetimes to create with the past knowledge as to not repeat past errors. Yeah, history repeats itself. That's why we don't want it. Um, Thank you for your comments, Cirrus. I don't know where you're from. If you want to message me privately or talk to me, you can go to my Instagram and say what's up. You can go to one of my Instagrams. They're listed in the information box below. The automatic correction code present of the sacred geometry. Well, yeah, that's what happened is when the Martians came here. That's the whole, I mean, I won't go too fucking deep into this because it's a whole nother, that's a whole nother time. But yeah, they did this and they tried to create this Merkaba, and that's how they blew up Mars, right? Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Venus is the planet of love and grace and femininity. Mars is the planet of war. Hello. Like, how much more information do we really need if we actually just take it for information? Look at Abraxas, the angel of magic, okay, the magician. We are creating it, right? We're co-creating it. See how, and this is very old, and like a lot of mermaids and different things like that, they're having two. So I'm telling you, it's like the strongest wisdom. Yes, Obori's snake eating its tail, the loop. It's not the divine, though. They say that. The loop of the divine is actually the figure eight. This is stuck in the circle. No. It's eating its own tail. It's a trap. That is the trap. Which is fucked up, right? Very strong, not subservient of love, and not subservient of fear. That's what you want. You transcended already. That's what's up, Jay Dezzle. What up? You seen firsthand how strong women are both. Your grandmothers still have the backbone of the family, but your grandfather who passed was a great man. Nice. Sending blessings and love. You are the black sheep of the family. Most of us star seeds are. I'm like one hundo. 55. Now eternally grateful for love and light. Oh boy, you're loving this. Great, Jay Dizzle. I'm loving it too. Thanks for being here. Nice to meet you. You like your eyes. You got that mana in you, Maori word for power. You know, I used to have this ex that told me I was, because I can harness like elemental energies, and he used to be like, when you get angry, like called me Pele's fire. He was like, I see Pele's fire in your fucking eyes, like, and I was like, yeah. And I this before when all this stuff when Lilith was awakening and all this stuff, I was like, I'm gonna like you're gonna make me erupt if you guys don't stop attacking me, and that's why I had to kick my ex out of the house like last year, like a year ago, my last place, and I was just like, fuck this shit, and the volcanoes actually did start blowing, and he was like, all right, I gotta go, and I was like, yeah, motherfucker, I told you, like, let's not do this, let's not go against divine feminine awakening. And he was like, you know, well, masculine, it's like, stop minimalizing the fucking eons of your guys' raping and pillaging of source creation divinity itself. Thank you. I am not on the East Coast. I live in Bali, Indonesia. I just happen to be doing a live today at 6:45 p.m. where I am at. Neither is a high story if we think of our neighbors. So hi. Hey. No coincidence. Yes, relevance. You've been saying this for years. Your ancestors from Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Sai, where's your ancestors before that? You love my green outfit. Thank you. It's evening where I'm at, but good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you're tuning in from. You love that. His story is his story, and history repeats itself, or history repairs itself. Yeah, right? Like, it sounds like something you've heard before, and I know I've been saying it for, like, almost a year, but, like, it just rolls off the tongue, right? History repeats itself, because that's what they say. History repeats itself, so become aware. And that is the loop. That is the eating the tail. It's like, wait a second. I'm not going to bite my own tail again. I'm going to, instead of we're gonna and come back around. I'm not gonna be stuck in the loop. This is stuck. The infinity knot is infinite. We're moving. Mitochondrial DNA, yes. Your grandmother lived 94 and your grandpa 83. Wow. That's crazy. That's awesome. My grandfather was a crazy person too. He lived forever. He fought in 5 wars. He was like fucking. He probably would have lived longer if they let him have his heart. If they let him have the surgery, his whatever his surgery was. But he didn't want them to do the heart surgery. He had some issue with his heart. He just wanted his hip because it was like rubbing on itself, and he couldn't stand it. He was in so much fucking pain. And they wouldn't do it. And he even tried to like go in and tell them like, no, the other doctor said it was okay. He literally was like fibbing and trying to do all this stuff. And the doctor was like, something's not right. And so they called the other doctor and they're like, nah, he's fucking lying to you because he just wants the surgery. He was a little bit of a stinker. Yeah, he was funny, but you believe it's our story. There can be 3 if there was no 2 to be between. McFly, are you in there? Yeah. Thank you for your presence. It was her choice, but it wasn't like I quit. You can't quit. You're fired. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, actually, if you want to go a little bit deeper into it, what was really interesting, um, I'm Zoe. Nice to meet you guys. I go by Zofia. Also because divine wisdom embodied in this physical life, right? Zoe means life, knowledge, Sophia. So you're speaking of Sophia. You've heard of this name. You know someone with that name around you. She's your niece. It's a very powerful name. So Sophia means wisdom. That's literally what's happening right now with your low birth rates. Men are getting angry because women are realizing we don't need men. They just need us. And men don't want us knowing that, yeah, exactly. I'm a triple Scorpio. I'm not a Leo. I'm not sure where I have. I know I have a Leo in my chart somewhere. I can't remember though. Women have to protect themselves more because men aren't protecting women from any. So if I have to be the man and the woman, like we can't be soft. If we got to do your job and ours, they're like, you what? But they've been using us as a unpaid labor, right? For all this time, and now they're getting upset because we're like, wait a fucking second. No. No. Scorpio, of course. Nice. Nice, TK. Not all women. And introduce Eve. Yeah. Good. Top of the day. Elizabeth, you're Scorpio. Awesome. Look at my Scorpio crew. What's up? What's up? There was a battle who is going to lead the family after the father died as men in the family. In the story, we have passed through the generations. A king is dying and his sons need to inherit the kingdom. Yeah, because they want to keep ownership. But the thing is we don't pass down that way. It's passed down through the eggs, through the female. It dies off once it goes into a masculine. Go check it out. Science. It's fucking awesome. So the other names is in women just look at it as other kingdoms trying to marry or have married into that family, divorces and such. They just wanted to own it. They just didn't want women having thank you, AJ. Hello. You love my green eyeshadows. They're nice, right? There's like 3 or 4 different kinds. I'll come in closer so you can see. It's like kind of like, it reminds me of when I used to dress up like Tinkerbell all the time. This light, sparkly color. It is nice though, right? The purple eyeliner and then the blue mascara. It's nice, right? I thought so. Perfect dress for the Fibonacci. Are you, laugh out loud, you were looking at your ring. Oh yeah, my ring is tight, right? What I was reading was this. It's called the Angels Tarot. It's an old book, but it's Kabbalistic, alchemical, Christian Catholicism, mysticism. Okay? It's a book. And that's what I'm gonna keep going here. Uzzah, hung between heaven and earth, the hangman. Yeah, so we've been stuck in this space, okay? And this is where man has been stuck, okay, for a long time. I'll come back to more of your comments. Huh? Is green a color of one of the cups? I don't watch TV. I'm not super not on that. Yes, this is live. Sorry, it just takes me a while to get through all these because when I start channeling, I stop to read because it gets me distracted. I'm super ADHD times 1,000 after getting blunt force trauma to the head. You don't know if you're alive, but you're alive. Heart check. Yes, you guess you're pinched yourself and it didn't hurt. Oh, good. The one I got green, so does not count for not getting pinched. Oh, I'm channeling. Whoever you are, if you're new, I'm channeling. I'm channeling. Hey, Anna, nice to see you. They show us that the attack of Mars, the release, the doves, the Martians shot it. Yes, this is exactly what I was talking about. And they try to recreate it. They try to recreate the Merkaba here, and they did that because they try to create a weapon or a portal before the comet came in the fall of Atlantis. But I think that it happened. This was divine intervention, right? Because they were literally doing that. Because when they came here, we were more like, I was trying to explain it to my friend the other day. We were more like the childlike empress energy, right? So it's not that we were children, but we had a more, I guess, more naivety, right? In nature, because we didn't believe that someone could manipulate or hurt or coerce because it's not how we operated. So when these Martians came in and they're like, oh, these ones are easy to manipulate, fucking draconian Martian shit, reptilian shit, and so they did, right? And then they got pissed because the comet took them all out. So we're coming back to this point in time. And yeah, so is that woman that sent you to the death spell that had the terrible accident that you said yesterday the first woman dead now? You know, I was actually wondering that. And actually, I got another download. Interesting that you say that, Anna. Because, well, Anna has been here for a really long time. Actually, what I picked up on was, what I picked up on is this other woman. Actually, I started to pick up on there was actually, I think, three of them. Three of them that were doing it, okay? This other woman who has the, can I say it? Am I going to get in trouble? Okay. This other woman that started the Circus Academy because her husband used to come to me for readings all the time. And he started coming to me for readings because he had this really intense connection with the twin flame. And he was like, I don't know what to do because I love my wife, but I'm not in love with my wife. But we have a child and we have a business and I'm trying to figure it out. But I'm just like, yeah, but if all you can think about is this other person, then like, so he came to me and he was like, can you tell me, is this just my imagination or what's going on? Right. He didn't give me like all of the download and I started doing readings for him. And then he started coming to me about business, about buying a new property. Like he would come like every couple of months. He was one of my like most frequent clients. And so basically this Indonesian woman, she she thought basically that I told him to leave her and to leave the family and all this other stuff. And I told him to be honest. And he was like, listen, this is how I feel and blah, 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 blah. And maybe it's good if I spend some time by myself to really like process things. Maybe if I step away from the family, I'll miss them and I'll come back. You know, I told him to take a couple months just sitting by himself and doing meditation. And so anyways, he didn't run to the other woman or something like that, but he just was really focused on work because as we were doing the readings, he realized this was in the middle of COVID or in the beginning of COVID or something. And so he started to realize like there was a lot of stuff going on and he was asking for business moves and different stuff like that. But anyways, this woman, I didn't realize until yesterday, Anna, just a fucking mini side quest, guys. just because I have to reset a little bit. Mini side quest. I didn't realize until later on that when she fell, because we do acrobatic circus stuff, right? And I helped them. I gave them the thing. I was like, get here, do it there, do this. And so they started, and he was really like, I don't know that this will be all of my money into it. And I was like, do it. It's really important. And about working all these places. And so they have people that are in all these fucking clubs everywhere. And before they were not doing anything. And so, anyways, she was teaching pole and stuff like this. And I don't know what she was doing. She may have been doing something on doing some acrobatic shit, which she normally doesn't do. She was like pole and stuff. And she fucking fell. Like she fell and she fucked up her spinal cord. And she's been like in recovery and in this wheelchair thing. And it's literally since, I don't know if it's from, if it was like from the same time that I got in the accident or like right after or right before, like, but it like now that I'm thinking back, because he came to me and he was like, da 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 da, like, can you tell me, like, is she gonna be okay? Because she was in a coma at the point. And he came to me and he was like, what? Da, 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 da. And I was like, she'll be okay. But what came through is that it was her karma. I was like, this is her karma. She's done something. And he was like, ah, yeah, yeah, I know, I know, I know. And I just had this fucking re-flashback premonition since yesterday about this morning when I was doing my little meditation. And so I was like, oh, it's this one crazy girl, because she was upset because I asked her about dating this other guy, and then this other one, right? Because I used to take her there, take her to the class. So they got together, but then there's a third one. There's a third one. And so I'm like, interesting, right? And that's why they had that much more power, because there was a multitude. There was multiple of them. And when there's two or more of you manifesting with intentions the same thing and doing dark satanic fucking black magic shit, like, yeah, you might have some fucking effect. It's quite possible. Oh, the third woman maybe was my mother. Oh. Or whatever. Mommy dearest. So anyways, yeah, what goes around comes around. Yes, you're fucking 100% right. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So anyways, so that's fucking karma. So last I checked, she's been in a wheelchair for years. She's been trying to rehabilitate and to stand and to walk. And yeah, because we were at it, I was like, oh, the same thing happened, but I only had one leg. And like, I grew my foot back and did all this crazy stuff. And she's still like, and she's got all the therapy and all the stuff. And literally, you know? So yeah, it's crazy. Ooh, here's the answer. Here's the answer to your question. It's one of the reasons why I didn't want to go to the drum and bass festival, because I want to see this chick, because I would fucking rip her hair out of her head. Like, I'm not gonna go because I don't want these people to evoke this evil. Like, it's not, maybe it's not evil, but my shadow, my Scorpio shadow side. So here's your answer. How can how can we make this up anymore? Ding, da, ding, 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 dong. The witch is dead. The wicked witch, we killed her dead. This is actually Scorpio's, the angel of death. We're the angel of death. We are the saint of death. That's why I was like, you all want to really fuck with me? Okay. I'm gonna send my backup. I got the crew. Like, Anubis is like hell of, like, people have seen show up many times. Yeah. Yeah. She's gonna die from her choices that she made. She's been doing something. She's been doing some type of magic. Actually, look at it. It literally is going together. She's been doing some type of magic to keep us hung, to keep herself suspended in some type of state. But she will die because she did make this decision. When it's when it's right side up, the Two of Swords is about, there's a decision that needs to be made. Well, the decision was already made on both ends, from her and the outcome. But they've been doing some type of magic or spell work. Oh, really? Oh, really? There's 5 of them. Oh, and it just showed me 2 more. They just showed me 2 more. They were all, wait a second. Were they all lovers from my ex-lover? And so are their children, all his children? Oh, holy shit. Woo! Maybe that's the second surprise. I've been picking up on this for a while. Even my auntie picked up on this, like, last time I talked to her, it was about like 6 months ago or something like this at Christmas. Look at him, Archangel Michael, taking out that devil, which is funny because this is my ex's name, but he thought he was like this defender angel, but I don't think so because I found out all this dumb shit. Yeah, look at the scales are imbalanced. But Archangel Michael basically comes in and handles some shit. So they're coming. It's coming. So if they're not dead, they're gonna be dead. So was it my mother or was it whoever? Was she part of it? Not the first time. Excuse me. She was part of it the next time. The last time, the last year. It's gonna make me sick. Excuse me. Oh my God. Yeah, the people who raised me came out here and did that shit last year. Oh my God. So she wasn't part of it the first go around. But she probably funded it the second go around. Yeah. This is this deck. Okay, so this is actually, and this angel deck, right? This angel tarot, what I was reading from earlier. The spades are swords, the clubs are wands or clubs, right? And this is how the original tarot deck was made, with the major arcana and then the actual playing card deck. So I love this. I love this. So yeah, they're being tormented. Okay. They can't figure out how to get out of this nightmare stage. The Nine of Swords is like, they see you and they think about you when they wake up. They think about it. It's like you're haunting them. Remember how I was joking last night, Anna, about this? So the karmics, okay, so in this story, the karmics, and this is all relevant, right? The karmics actually have all of this shit coming to them, but they can't stop. Remember how I said last night, you're like, oh, let's just forget about him. And I was like, I don't want them to forget about me. I want them to see, I want them to hear my voice and see my face haunting them. That's what's happening. Look at these faces on all these swords. Every sword that they try to stab in our back, like they're seeing us, they're hearing us, maybe everywhere they go and everything they do. Like crazy, crazy shit, okay? That's so crazy. Oh, I don't know. I don't know his real name because when I found all these other passports, he was fucking stealing identities and fucking all kinds of stuff. And I found a book of all these different people who he's taking their lives and their whatever. I don't want to get into it. Anyways, psychopathy. You know when you think someone's just gonna be nice, and you're like, this person really loves me. Like, no, psychopath, psychopathic, fucking crazy, right? What can you do? That's why we're going with this tarot. Look it. We're using the good tarot and we're using the Angels tarot deck. Hold on one second, guys. Kitty is gonna freak. Come on, hurry. Come on, hurry. Hurry. Well, you're the one that wanted to go out. You're the one that needed to come in. So, you know I'm working. Get your shit together. She probably came back because that boy cat. If you guys are new here, there's a crazy boy cat. It's like always been trying to fuck her. Basically, the micro and the macro, right? Anyways, hello, minimalist. If your question pertains to help a question that's going on with what we're talking about and is related to the collective, anything for you. If you want to schedule a personal or private reading, my information is in the information box below. And if you go down below, I'm actually doing a really cool reading raffle. So it's $5 or €5, whatever. There's a link and there's a little video, like a 10 or 11 minute video of me explaining what to do. It's about liking 5 different videos, subscribe, whatever, subscribe, like, comment, whatever, 5, 5, 5, 5. Okay. And then you put $5 to, you'll see the information is down there below, but I'm giving away 5 25-minute sessions with me and doing this raffle. So it's $5. So if you really do have like, and when you submit that $5, regardless if you have a question, you know, not, don't make it be your question that you want to ask for the session, but if you have a question that you just want to be asked, you can literally submit $5 or €5 to my PayPal. You do not need PayPal to submit the money. You can do it if you have an account or a card or anything like that. Don't need PayPal. Someone asked me that yesterday. Do not need PayPal to send money to PayPal. But yeah, you can ask a question like that. That's the way that I do it, because anytime I try to just ask questions that are out of the clay, like, it's a shit show. I like to stay in the channel as we are. But yeah, it's a good way to get a 25-minute session for $5. And I'm only waiting for 25 people to join. I think right now we have like four people, and there's I think 6 or 7 raffle tickets. So you can buy more than one raffle ticket if you want. But yeah, it's just a $5 reading raffle. It's literally the cheapest I can give to you guys. So I charge $360 for a 48 like hour session. So Adam Mel, the fool who attained knowledge. Yeah, so they're learning their lesson. Okay. They did some fool. They acted a fool. And yeah, the Archangel Michael, your angels, your guides, whatever, they're not letting them. Look at him with the apple, bro. And the 4 of Cups in reverse. So yeah, they try to make you miss an opportunity that was for you, and they try to take your opportunity that was for you, collective, and that backfired, because you guys have Archangel Michael. He was like, oh yeah, you want to do some Luciferian shit? I'm gonna step on your head. Okay, if you guys are ever under attack or anything like that, call upon Archangel Michael for protection. He will, he's kind of like the god of war a little bit, the angel of war a little bit. But he will literally annihilate people. The 6 of Swords. So you guys are literally going, this is the same as before. You guys are going somewhere. You guys are going places, or you're being moved to calmer shores, right? The 6 of Swords, right? The 6 of Air. It's about the ship that goes to the calmer shore, and it's about leaving an intense situation and getting to another situation. I would guess that is for collective. Yeah. Yep. That is your wish. Your wish. What is it in that movie? As you wish. As you wish. That's what he keeps telling the Princess Bride. As you wish. And the whole time he's like playing, like looking like a Zorro, and she's like being a bitch to him. And then at the end she realizes it is him, and she's like, what the fuck? Why were you doing that? Anyways, this is the wish. The angel of the star of love, but this is the star, right? So this is the wish. This is the dream manifest. So you guys are starting, you're starting this new journey where they were foolish and they didn't get to take your opportunity. Now your wishes are coming true. What I was also channeling last night, which is interesting, guys, is basically like these karmics, right? And this could even be like a false flame. Like there could have been somebody that could have been a twin flame, and then they used free will to do something else, right? Could have been a soulmate, and they used free will to fuck off the gift that they were given from the divine. This is possible because free will comes into play, right? In this density, free will comes into play. So it is possible that happens many times. Just so you guys know, keep living your life. Don't fucking wait. Because you never know people's free will. Anyways, the what I was picking up last night is basically these karmics or these false flames, or maybe somebody that was a soulmate that tried to could be a fallen flame also, that tried to kind of fuck you up, collective. It's like basically they thought that they could manipulate the situation or they could trick you or trap you or do something. And now what they're realizing is not only were you superior in your devotion to the Most High and your spirituality, but also their skills. So like let's say they had some type of blessing, right? Let's say they had some type of wish or some type of blessing. Let's say they did this karma and now they get something. So not only did you receive, are you receiving your gifts, you're receiving their gifts as well, and not just in the physical and the spiritual, which means let's say they were whatever clairvoyant or whatever, some other type of thing. Now that's yours. Now it's been retracted from these people that betrayed, and now it's all yours. I was picking up on this last night. It was pretty intense, and I was like, wow. You feel bad for your guys. Oh my god, that's so funny. You're so funny. You like these cards. Compliments to the designer. The designer is illustrated by Robert Michael Place. Is what it looks like. They're pretty cool, right? These are old. Pretty old. I actually got this. I got a lot of my cards from the if you guys are in well, you said you're in Sacktown, but if you guys are near LA in Los Filos, there is I used to go to this library all the time. It's called the Manly P. Hall Philosophical Research Institute and Library. It's in Los Filos, not far from the big from the big park and the whatever. Not far, I think, from like is it the Hollywood Bowl or the Palladium or I don't know, something like this. I haven't been there in forever, but in Los Filos, there's this library. It's not open every day, but anyways, they have a used bookstore and there's all this different stuff. And many times they have tarot cards, and a lot of my tarot cards came from these people. And it's like one of the most amazing esoteric hermetic libraries. Like Manly P. Hall had like he was like financed by a really really like rich lovers and stuff like this that sent him all around the world, and he was collecting all of these texts and stuff like this, and basically this is the living library which is there in Los Filos. You can't check things out, but you can go there and read. And I sat there and I channeled. That's when I really started channeling Isis, because she made me go to the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and it's like, open up this page, go right here, and blah, blah, and I'm like, whoa, like that's when channeling really starts to get, when you're in those spaces where other people are doing magic and doing stuff, like you can really start cracking open some stuff. And anyways, that's where I got these cards and many of my other cards. But so yeah, you guys are getting your wish, you're getting your dream, and whoever tried to take your dream or make you miss your opportunity or has prevented you from getting your opportunity and the time that you're with, now that's being retracted from them and coming back to you in the form of health, wealth, abundance, love, whatever. If they had some type of skill or they had some type of gift that's coming to them, like that's now yours, collective. And it's really interesting, super interesting. You feel bad for your guides. My guides are fucking. That's why I have a whole council. I have a whole council. Like they do rotations. Like if you're sailing on a boat, just like, all right, we're going 3 hours sleep, 3 up, 3 down, something like this, right? They've been trying to end you since you were conceived. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, they've been doing this shit too. Like my own family has been doing this stuff. They're part of like Eastern Stars. My grandfather was a 33rd degree Mason. Like it's not a joke. We always going to the lodge. Like that was the thing we did all the time, like multiple times a week. You're close to the Grove. Okay. If you're close to the Grove, then Los Feliz isn't that far from you. You should definitely check that out. The Grove is the Grove in LA. Isn't there a Grove in LA and also one in Orange County? If I remember right. You've heard of that angel. Gabriel has been watching over me. Okay, that's good. Gabriel is I think Gabriel is like Revelation. Let me see. Gabriel, yeah, Angel of Revelation. In this deck, Gabriel is the High Priestess. Isn't it? Look at how cool this is, you guys. If you guys want to screenshot this, it's pretty dope. It has a breakdown for all of the connection to all of the tarot, to all of the things. But yeah, Gabriel is the Angel of Revelation, and this is the High Priestess energy, which is awesome. Anel is the star, which is awesome, right? So what is this? The angel of dreams, the moon. So literally, this is about your dreams. This is about something that you've been holding or keeping within you, right? Within your own being. It's like something that you guys know within your inner, in your inner sanctum of yourself, right? The moon, because this is a secret. This is something that's hidden, that's not, that hasn't quite been illuminated, but it's being illuminated. And what it says in here is the angel of dreams. And that's interesting because Anel, which is star, which is normally about dreams, is the angel of love. So this is about your dream, about, again, this is really indicative of divine feminine, divine masculine connection. So Scorpio has daydreams of going to a place of gold and holding an apple during the conversation. Gabriel watches over everyone. Everyone should have a Gabriel around them. Good, yeah. He's what helps you. It's revelation. So if you're seeing Gabriel, right? If you're seeing Gabriel, then yeah, it's revelation. It's about you learning something. It's about you, the knowledge coming into you. The golden apple, or the gold, the city of gold, it's probably more angelic in nature, right? Because that's sometimes how we see heaven, and that's what we're coming to, right? As we're coming into the golden age, the golden era, that's the revelation, right? Is the biting the apple, or not, or we already have the information, but we're not letting the veil distract us. Interesting, right? Interesting. Super crazy. I do not have children. I have never been married. I have never been married or divorced. I've been proposed to in like over 30 countries, but never legitimately, never a full legitimate proposal. So I can't say yes when people don't, like, if you ain't gonna try to, if you only gonna ask it when you're in the middle of whatever, or when you're drunk, but like not actually make it serious, then serially, come on now. uh, your Gabriel from your childhood is your neighbor across the street. That's tight. That's tight. Yeah, Gabriel is revelation. Michael is like protection, right? Fighting off things. And Raphael is healing. There's a lot of different angels you can talk to. I'm super interesting. Thank you, Cirrus. Sweat lodge session with Native American lady. She said she saw a golden light watching over you and your grandmother or old ancestor lady putting a blanket around you. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I would like to do another sweat lodge session. I haven't done that in fucking a couple decades, maybe. One of my main guides is a Native American, and looking like a chief or something, like hell of important. And all of the Indonesian priests and stuff, they see it, they're like, "You're Indian?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I think I was Indian like a long time ago, like Hindu Indian." And they're like, "No, no, 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 like your main guide is like this, like a," and then the secondary is more of like a medicine mama, like a, I would assume like a Pachamama vibration, like I feel more like South America, or like Colombian or something like this, like someone that's doing plant medicines. So these are my two most prominent guides, but I have a whole team, right? And people see them. People hell of see them all the time. So yeah, it's important. The Native American is really strong medicine, really strong medicine. And when you have them that are um, being like the grandmother spirit to you, wrapping you around, that's kind of like a grandmother spirit or energy, is when they're putting the blanket and this golden light. So that's really beautiful. You want to ask about some stuff, but maybe in $360 one. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you schedule a session with me, we can get into different stuff, right? Generally I like people to we have like one thing that we work with, but not tapping too much into other people's energies. But the thing is my sessions are a little bit different, right? Because everybody wants different things. Some people want me to channel, some people want trauma healing, some people want to talk to past dead people, you know, and sometimes dead people want to talk to you. And then sometimes why people show up to me also, which is interesting. So sessions are different. They're not just tarot. It depends on what you're actually going for. But yeah, you can try. I don't know. I haven't been receiving my emails, but if you have Instagram, message me. My Instagram is the same as this, DivinityWithinThee. And you'll see a similar picture. I think I have like green, like a halo with green little double horns, something like this. But yeah, message me there. I definitely get it. It may take me like a week. I only check it like once or twice a week, but Angel Michael definitely has gone through some rough stuff, keeping you safe for sure. Rafa is friend's younger brother in the neighborhood. Oh, nice. Your Gabriel would come to you for clarity at times and for a place to rest. Your community was great. That's awesome. That's awesome. Are my parents still alive? I don't know. They don't fucking bother to talk to me. I don't want to go there because I'm pretty sure that they put the hits out on me because they've been collecting money that was mine and they don't want to pay it back. And now that I'm fully awoken, they try to pay my ex to get me submitted into a mental facility to say I was fucking losing my mind, and he had the whole community and everybody on board with it. And I said, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Nobody's cool. Fuck everybody. I'm out. And I just like been going live every day for like the last year. Because they blocked my devices, they hacked, they did all this stuff, and so the only way I can do it is literally live. So I'm just like, fuck it. And they're like, you want to just go live and be like, you can't go off the cusp every day, and I'm just literally on here for like an hour to fucking 5 hours every day, like, and they're just like, how do you have all that information to say? I was like, well, first I have a lot of information within me, but when people start tapping into it, then the guides also are channeling more information to come. Jeremel, the Herald of Judgment. So some type of judgment is coming in, and that's what's going on with these people, right? You have been vindicated, I guess is what it is. You have been vindicated. Yeah, you put in the work, collective. The ten of Wands. You put in the work. You did the hard work. You did what it took. You kept going. You didn't let things get you down. And because of that, these people that tried to attack you and do all this fucked up shit are getting their judgment, but you're also getting judgment. You're getting divine. You're getting this. You're getting this gift. Bro, what? What? Manu, the angel of fate. Look at, you gambled by saying, I don't know what's going to happen, but I trust in the Most High. And you said, all right. And the wheel of fate, the wheel of fortune is turning in your favor. This is Manu, the angel of fate. How about that? So these people are getting their fate, and you're getting your fortune. Basically, is what I'm feeling. I don't know if they watch my lives. I mean, they don't even fucking call or message me on the phone. I don't really know what they do. They don't ever have time for me. They never have. I've been fucking OFP since I can remember. I've always been taking care of myself and doing my own thing forever. It's like second child syndrome or something, right? I don't know. No, they were over here just trying to break my heart. They were coming against me. I think what happened is, so here's what I feel. Here's what I feel, because I think it's also kind of something going on in the collective conscious. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about it probably. The Three of Hearts. Okay, this is a Three of Cups. Third party involvement, but also this can be a celebration of sorts. Okay, so for some of you guys, you're going to have this celebration. You're about to get paid out, and you need to be very specific about who you want to be there, and do not invite everybody just because they're your family, or just because you got paid, or just because you can afford it. It doesn't matter. Okay, this celebration isn't for everybody. Okay, these people that played in this third party bullshit, they have their fate coming in. And like I said, they went against, they were a third, they were trying to create resistance within this connection. Okay. What I pick up on is there was a big payout or something like this if I was married by a certain age. I channeled this last year. And so I think that they faked a fucking marriage in my name when they stole my identity and did all this to cash out and get whatever. And then they try to off me. Isn't that cute? But I just won't die. Knock on wood. But the situation is, let's say they don't want me to realize who I am, or they don't want people to realize who I am because they've been trying to keep me out of the eye. Like I'm pretty dope, bro. I was an acrobat. I've been making clothing and costumes since I was literally like 3 or 4 years old. Like I've been, like you seen that little kid Max that makes all that shit. Like fucking, I was way tighter than that fool. Like ever since I was younger than him, right? Anyways, why would they never show pictures? Why would they never do this? I had to wonder, like, my whole life I wondered if I even belonged to that family because I didn't look like any of them. I didn't seem like, but like this is the starseed's journey, right? As we choose to come into families that are whatever, and it pushes us into our spiritual awakening, our great awakening. And the reality is I think a lot of people aren't ready to let go of old circumstances and stuff like this. And if they've been collecting money by saying that I'm mentally ill, or I have some type of handicap, or I'm mentally unstable or incapable, then they can keep this power of attorney that they had running, that they forged. But now that the whole world sees something went viral or something like this, and they, whatever, right? All these court cases and all this other shit going on, like where I couldn't get it over there, I'm getting it over here. This Queen of Diamonds, yeah, someone was holding on to money that didn't belong to them. They were holding on to your money, your stability, whatever this is. Again, this is a mother figure, okay? Mother figure, Queen of Diamonds is the Queen of Coins, okay? Mother figure. This is supposed to be stability, security, and all of this stuff. So I would assume, like, let's say, I don't know, I've been picking up on a lot of different things, but I don't really want to get too much into it because I want to stay in this positive, we're getting a nice outcome, more than anything, because my whole family is narcissist, right? Like, yeah, what you're saying. So my grandmother and great grandmother, my great grandmother is from Italy, from Calabria, and this is where all of these witches and mafia and stuff like this like came, right? And they went back and got the family. My uncle went back, like my great uncle went back like 3 or 5 times to bring everybody over here, to bring everybody through New York from Italy. So my grandmother taught me Italian. She taught me how to cook when I was very young. It used to really stress my parents out that she was letting me, this when I was like 3 or 4, cooking on a stove with fire and all this stuff. And she's like, oh, she knows what she's doing. Leave her be. My grandpa used to say the same thing when he let me use power tools and all kinds of shit. He's like, oh, let her go. She knows what she's doing. So anyways, I spent a lot of time with my grandparents on both sides. And so that's probably why I'm just like a little bit more knowledgeable than most people, because I like to learn and know stuff. And the reality of the situation is basically, they knew, like ever since I was small, I was always seeing spirits and talking to spirits. And when I was young and my grandmother was alive, my mother would tell me, well, talk to them, ask them what they want. So they don't think I'm crazy. They already know. They actually put some spell work upon me to close the third eye so I would stop seeing the dead people. So now I don't see them as much. I get visual imagery. Like before, I used to see all of the ghosts, like that movie Sixth Sense. I see dead people like that since I was very small. And my grandmother taught me about it and how to work with it. But then when my grandmother died when I was 8, my mother, I think, was just very angry. And I was so close to her, like, because she was the one that I always was spending all the time with, my grandmother. And then after I was like, I don't know, like, when I became a teenager, my mother would try to put me into mental facilities all the time. She'd try to go drop me off as if blah 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 blah, right? And the thing is like every time they would drop me off and I would go there and I'd wait to see the doctor and then I would have like a conversation with them. They're just like, "Oh, you don't have a stable living environment. You're cool. We can't admit you." So, my mother definitely did try at least 3 or 4 times. And probably in one of those times, she created this whole thing, power of attorney or some other bullshit, so she could keep collecting the money, just like she told me, oh, when you finish this, then I'll pay for that, blah, 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 blah. But she spent my college fund. She did all of that shit. And then so she would just pull the rug out from under me before every time of achievement, which is really interesting because after I did all my photo shoots and I already did my website and all the stuff and was about to upload all of the stuff, I even did like I put everything on my hard drive on my computer and then boom, the whole roof collapsed in and destroyed all of my devices. I've had all of my clothing and my website done and ready since 2002. I'm sorry, since 2022. But I have to reshoot all the content again. And it's a lot. You know, it's like 100 pieces and they're on different bodies and different body types. And it's a lot. Some of them are, my first line was all gender fluid. So they're on men and women. But anyways, yeah, every time she does this, she did the same thing to fuck up my final for my fashion school. Like every time she fucking kicked me out. Like, so I had nowhere to live. So I had to struggle to fucking get a place to live while trying to do my finals. Do you understand? Like it's been an ongoing thing. So they definitely don't think that I'm crazy. They just like to paint me as crazy because in an abusive family, in a narcissistic family, it's the person that isn't okay with the lies, with keeping up the lies and the repeated action. And that's why I got beat all the time. That's why I was told to shut the fuck up and be quiet all the time. That's why they did this. This was grooming, right? And grooming since the beginning. And to keep you quiet and subservient. And yeah, that's just like the empath and the narcissist relationship. It's like the tale as old as time. So, no, when I went back last year and my stepfather attacked me and I left there with 1.5 black eyes and a fractured fucking hand, everybody was like, well, why didn't you report it to the police? I was like, do y'all think I haven't been doing this since I was a fucking child? Like the first time I tried to call the police for my mother beating me, she ripped the phone out of the wall and beat me and my brother with the phone. Like, no. Like, do you understand? People don't understand. And this is the system, the patriarchy and the system and the government and the fucking police and all of the shit that is corrupted, and they perpetuate the misogyny. But yeah, they've been attacking me. They used to pull me over every weekend and try to arrest me in my car because I was too black in a white area. Because my hair was too dark and my hair was too curly and whatever. My skin and my hair, I must have been half black. So I've been vandalized, molested, raped, abused, all by police. They beached my entire fucking boat for no reason. So, yeah. You know, what can I say? I don't really, they just like to try to play me as crazy, to try to paint me as crazy because they've all been living it up off of my fucking money and my house that my grandfather left me, a multi-million-dollar house, and they fucking faked that shit with a fake ass realtor for fucking a quarter of what the house was fucking worth. And I know because I used to be a loan officer and I had the house appraised 3 years prior to that for my grandfather when he was writing the fucking will out, redoing it. So, Who's fucking crazy now? Fuck you. And I don't give a fuck about these people because at this point, I'm like this. You're going to sell your house. You're going to sell your shoes. You're going to sell your fucking cars. You're going to sell your clothes. And I don't give a fuck if you and your children and my brother, whose house that they bought for his fucking evil, fucking cunt, black magic, Ouija board making psycho. Like, I hope she fucking dies. I hope she goes to prison for fucking ever. Period. And I hope they understand what it's like to raise children without preventing the other parent from being there. What it's like to have to be fucking poor. What it's like to have your mom give you $1 to figure out how you get to eat 2 meals. And she makes it a game. When she has tons of your fucking money that she's spending on her own fucking habits or whatever the fuck. And on everybody else. Being old daddy Warbucks, but treating you like a fucking Cinderella. So, do I give a fuck what they think? Do they check on me? When I told them I'm losing my place, my ex tried to kill me, all this other stuff, like, did anybody help me? No, they didn't have time. When I told my father I don't have food to eat, my phone's going to get turned off, all this stuff, like, I'm only asking you for help because I really need help. He was like, oh, I'm remodeling my house right now. Like, I'm drinking water out of a tap from a third world country so I don't die of dehydration. Can you please lend me a few $100s for 3 to 6 months? Like, no. So, I will take everything. And that's the Lilith energy. She'll reclaim everything that was ever taken from her. And if you don't have it, she'll start claiming whatever the fuck you have. And that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Yeah, they're narcissists. They're both fucking. My mother is narcissistic personality disorder, and I try to, like, I really started studying psychology when I was like 14 or 15. I mean, whatever. They had us in fucking psychology since we were like 2 or 3, since my parents split. So, anyways, I learned how they manipulate the system. I learned about all this and dumb. That's why I don't really actually believe in talking to psychologists or psychiatrists. I do psychotherapy with people because people talking about things is okay, but we don't want to dwell in them. I work more with what's, you guys familiar with Dr. Bruce Lipton? It's Psych K. It's a different version because hypnosis, I woke up when I was studying hypnosis last year, and I fucking woke up and started seeing all the stuff that they were fucking hiding, that they used hypnotism to fucking block out from me. And it was sick. It was some sick, dark shit. Okay? So anyways, the Psych K method, there's like hypnosis, right? Past regression, but the Psych K is where people are present and we kind of get to the root of the problem directly and go with that. I don't believe, like, I think like the most sessions I've ever had with one person is maybe like 10 sessions or something like this, 9 or 10 sessions. I believe that most things can be fixed in like 1 to 5 sessions max. Like, we shouldn't be perpetuating the misery. Now, certain things, traumatic things, may take a little bit longer to process, but yeah, I just don't really get on board with that. And that's why, yeah, they try to commit me to a mental institution out here. I was like, for what? Because my ex is fucking Indonesian prostitutes without a condom and coming back here and trying to give me a demonic entity that all of my friends are like, go to the priest. You have one of your eyes is fucking black. Go to the priest. You have a fucking entity attachment, a parasitic attachment. Go clean it up. I went to 5 fucking priests. That's what all these are for the cleansing ceremonies. You know what I'm saying? No. So why was I crazy? Because I paid my rent for a year and then he didn't actually facilitate it to the landlord because he's a fucking drug addict? Not me. I'm clean. I'm sober. I was dealing with neurological issues that I thought were me, but actually they were slowly poisoning me and gave me a fucking stroke last year. Yeah. I lost the whole fucking side of my body, pissed and shit myself. and he left me there. After attacking me, fucking left me there on the floor having a fucking seizure, probably hoping that I would die. He was like, oh, I better get out of here. He is threatening to do the same thing that he did to his ex, which is like he's like, oh, I know the people. I can hire the people that come in the ambulance to fucking take you away and put you in a coma and then fucking euthanize you. Yeah, how's that? Cute story, right? Cute story. So anyways, I digress. Let me read the rest of what you guys have to say. But yeah, narcissistic. I grew up in a whole family of narcissists. Your passive cross now. Scorpio Sea Star, Black Sheep Drifter. Yeah, I like that. That was a good rhyme. Scorpio Sister, Black Sheep Drifter. That's fucking tight. Write that shit down. I'm gonna remember that. I'm gonna fucking put that in a rhyme. You have to phone. Check your mother still. She's doing well. You can speak for the both of us. I'm glad that you can do that because I can't even call anybody or receive a call, and they knew that and they didn't bother. I need $100 to pay my phone bill for 3 months, and you can't spare $100 to keep my phone on. If you gave a fuck about me, wouldn't you want to make sure that I had a way to communicate when I live in a third world country? So do these people give a fuck about me? You tell me. What's your guys' opinion on that? If you cared about, if people are killing you, poisoning you, fucking trying to put you into, like, if all this crazy shit's happening and you're like, I need help, I left this dude, I got out, my stuff is in storage, like, please, I want to keep my phone on so I can figure something out, and like, they don't have $100 to spare for 3 months, like, the fuck? The fuck? No. Like, somebody that I never even met would spend double that on a first fucking date, not even knowing if they're going to get anything or like me to begin with. And these people that supposedly are my family can't even help me so they can be able to contact me or so I can contact somebody for fucking help. Sounds pretty intentional to me, but you guys tell me what you think. Your parents don't like, yeah, of course. Oh, they watch your lives. That's cool. Whatever. Maybe they watch that. Maybe they were for a while. Maybe they were talking some shit. I block people that are just like spewing diarrhea. I don't give a fuck. If you're gonna talk shit on my shit, then like boom, you're blocked. I don't care. You can still watch it, but like you're not gonna be able to comment. You can comment, but nobody will see it. It's not gonna show up in the feed. But I think to them it still shows up like but whatever. I don't know. Nothing about the passed on fam. They all good. More around your power or what you tapped into. Cool with it. Oh, tight. Yeah, just message me if you can, serious, like on a, because I have like I suffer from traumatic brain injury. So I have like zero short-term memory. Like literally I can forget what I was talking about 30 seconds ago. I was like Dory Fish for the first year after I got hit by a truck in the face. So anyways, just go to my Instagram. Most likely would be the best place if you can send me a message there, because I haven't been receiving them. They hacked the email and everything else. Um, Send me a message. That way I can remember, because I'll literally probably forget as soon as I exit this, because I'm about to need to go feed myself. But yeah, I'm open for people that want to do sessions. No worries. You're a parent, you'll say, for what you know so far in this community. You're a male Scorpio with a female spirit. Aren't these great times? You were raised Christian. I think that Scorpios have an innate ability to be more balanced with the masculine and feminine energies within them. And the reason why I say that is because if you incarnated as a Scorpio in this lifetime, you know that it's about transformation, the death and the rebirth, the death and the rebirth, the death and the rebirth, the death and the rebirth. So we're accustomed to, we're into the growth. We're into tapping into all the best versions of ourselves. Like for me, I'm feminine, but it took me a long time to get out of masculine. It took me, got hit like the whole so my whole masculine side getting broke to where I had to rely on people to help me. And so I'm still learning this, right? And that's part of what was coming through in this reading in the beginning is it may be hard for feminine to receive. And this is something that masculine shouldn't be thrown back by, but also it's something that's going to have to be worked out, right? Because they may love to give and provide. Like they may be like that full embodiment of this masculine energy. And like, yeah, it's just you guys are going to figure it out. I feel it. I feel it. You're going to figure it out. Um yeah, my parents were super fucking religious. So crazy, someone in Cali used your card to buy wedding flowers and something else over $100. You had to alert your bank to get it refunded. How to get a new card. Oh, you're not even in Cali. I can't even get new cards. They shut off the phone. They shut, like, I literally, everything of mine is blocked. The only thing that's open is my PayPal. That's the only way I can receive money in a third world country right now. It's crazy, right? You heard it, better to tap if you can. Your Sicilian family are Chifala. You have Italian on both sides. You had a card hit and it was used in New York. You're far from New York as well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like people be stealing shit. Like, and nowadays, like they can just walk up and like go close to your phone. Your phone can be in your bag or your pocket and they can just fucking scan it with these devices now. Like, that's why, like, there's something about the Bluetooth, especially. So I was like, that's why I'm using this device. Hopefully this video will load. That's why I got to get off before because this phone doesn't normally like it to go too long. Otherwise it doesn't upload. Stay blessed. That's awesome. You've seen since you can remember being born. Yes, that's what I'm saying, right? So, you had money as a child. Did you get it from your grandmother? The fuck? That's what I think is she left the shit for me. For school, for school, for wedding, for different stuff. I felt that. Like my grandmother left it, but then my grandfather also, because I took care of him the last 7 years of his life, and he was like pretty anal. He fought in 5 wars. He was really high up Marine, so he was a lot of work. But for me, I like kind of spending time with old people because they're full of information. They're full of information. But yeah, he taught me a lot of things, and for me, it was chill. Like I left living with my parents, and I moved. I wanted to move back down with my grandpa. I lived with my grandpa when I went because my mother homeschooled me forever. And yeah, when I started high school and I was 14 or something, I moved back to live with my grandfather in Southern California. Um, because I was like, I just want a normal fucking life. You guys are crazy. I'm not your fucking maid and your nanny and your fucking housekeeper and whatever else. Your servant. Tired. You yourself snapped at your brother and your family. Never seen me the same. Not as bad as Cain and Abel, but good enough to play Godsmack. I don't, to be honest, I don't really care because I asked everybody in the end, like, you know, oh yeah, police did all kinds of crazy shit to me. I won't even get into that. That's Buzzy, quite similar. Even with your grandmother, she sees often. You haven't been able till of recent felt them before, but outfit stuff. Then basically yesterday you had to put your cat down. Oh no. Oh, that's so sad. I don't like that. I guess that means I should take my cat to the cat doctor. Yes, they've done that for years. It's messed up. Yeah. Some people are just relentless. The system definitely corrupt, taking kids from loving moms, giving kids to wide abusive. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, that's the thing. Like, oh, I started to pick up on all these dark rituals and all this stuff, the weird shit that they were doing. Like, there's so much that I don't remember. And they're like, oh, it's trauma blocking. And I'm like, nah. When I started studying the hypnotherapy and I was doing like just each day just to calm down because I was like, because I have this thing in my head and if I don't learn to calm myself, like it will give me mild aneurysms and it starts bleeding in my brain and then it causes me seizures. Like, it's not nice. So, so I started really learning that because I always wanted to learn hypnotism, and a lot of stuff started coming back, and it was not nice. It was really dark and really sinister and really disturbing. Well, we didn't. You were the only one that said, no, give him a chance. Don't kill him, idiots. He was born 19. Then he showed up to the bed and only one looking at me. He knew I said, and he wasn't ready to go. Oh, no. He wasn't ready to go and you guys put him out anyway? I mean, I don't know. There's this lady I follow on Instagram. She's pretty dope. She like talks. She's like a pet psychic. She talks to all these pets. Like I know animals that understand me and I understand a lot of them, but I haven't fully gotten fully into like channeling like this lady full. She's channeling like full stuff and it's like I was like, damn, like is she making this up? No, that's real shit. Some of the shit that the cat was giving her, dropping the knowledge, bro. When you were 5, spirits allowed you to see evil 2 different times. You saw dark shadow shapes. One looked at you. It was scary. I had this crazy old woman that would come and she was fucking angry. She like the rest of them didn't bother me. She bothered me because she was like she was disgruntled. And I always thought she was like she had something. She had like a knife or a pan or she had some like a rolling pin, like she had something and she'd always be like, "Rah!" And I'm like, "Rah!" Like she's gonna attack me because it was really like I saw them very vividly. So pray to God, ask to forgive your parent. I've done this for years. Like I've done it for years and years and years. I did all these studies, these courses. Is why I really started understanding like personality disorders, and basically I just became like a full on uh, psychologist essentially. But yeah, you cannot. Um, I look at it like this, right? We choose our family, we choose where we come, we choose all of these things. Now I'm not really sure because I feel like. Um, I don't know. Like, she didn't even have pictures of being pregnant with me. No pictures of me as like a baby. Like, when I was born on Halloween. They had me in this orange, like in a jack o' lantern costume with an orange beanie with a green pom pom. Like, wait, what? You wouldn't take a picture of that? Like, I don't understand. It's almost like I feel like I was swapped out. Maybe she stole another kid, or maybe she was fucking somebody else and my dad didn't want to be there because, like, where's all of the what? How can you have a kid when with all of my brothers have fucking thousands of photos? Me, and I was doing far more miraculous shit than any of them. In all the years that I've made stuff and done festivals and done shows and done all this, none of my family owns any of my art. They've never bought it. They've never supported it. They've never showed up to see it. Never. I've offered them passes to festivals and shit. It's like $500. The festival's like, we want to let your parents come. I was like, they don't want to come. Tried. Family, like, I think one time my cousin came. One time my brother came, but then he was like doing some dumb shit, stole some shit, or trying to sell some drugs, or do I don't know what the fuck, hitting on my business partner, or doing dumb shit. I don't know. I don't remember what, but yeah, yeah. Oh, interesting. The family is voting to put him down. I feel like that's what's going to happen with this other cat that doesn't shut the fuck up. But really, they should just have his balls chopped off because that's why he's acting like that. His balls are pretty fucking big, bro. Like, for a cat, like, they're like this big each. Like, and that's pretty big. Like, walnut size on a cat. Like, I'm like, it seems kind of large. Um, I'm not mad at them. It's just I went back and tried to explain to them after going to the neurologist that I have a cerebral cavernous malformation in my brain from being abused, from being repeatedly beat, hit in the head, from severe head trauma between the ages of 6 and 12. So this whole when I get freaked out, when I get stressed out, when I've been having aneurysms, mild onset aneurysms my whole life is because they used to beat the shit out of me. And then when I went back and tried to explain that to my mom and then tried to express that to my stepfather, I was like, stop. I don't have the control. You don't understand. I don't have the ability. he came up and he kept bumping his chest at me, and I fucking ran down the end of the hall and he just fucking attacked me, bro. Like, no. If that was just shit that happened then, this was last year. This was 1.5 years ago. So no, people know what the fuck they're doing. I don't have to forgive people for being evil people. I don't have to forgive people for fucking taking what was left for me and fucking giving it to other children that are not me and making me fucking starve. I will take everything that they have. I give no fucks. And I have no mercy for people who have never supported, who have never been kind, who have never been loving, who have always gone out of their way to fucking trigger reactive abuse. Whatever happens to them is their fucking karma. Even if they're dying, that's their fucking karma. And that's what this reading was about, is saying these fucking people, they work together with other people. They put these 10 of swords. They were the third party interference, blocking this union again and again and again, and taking money and taking resources and putting the 10 of wands on you guys. And the judgment is fucking coming in. They're going. They may be going to jail. They may be leaving this life. Who fucking knows? I don't fucking care. To be honest, you give no fucks about me. I give no fucks about you. I don't exist in your world. You don't exist in mine. So I moved to the opposite side of the fucking world. I don't need to. Need nothing. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine. And even when these people attack me, and I told my mom, blah, 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 oh, come down here, we'll take care of you. And she's like, well, you probably said something, and that's probably why they beat the shit out of you. Like, what? What did you say? Well, they probably raped you because you were partying, or maybe you drank too much, or, like, no, fuck these people. Fuck these motherfucking niggas. Straight up. Because that's what they are. And they've been stealing whatever is fucking mine and taking it. Because they all got houses, they all got cars, they all got their schools fucking paid for by my grandfather, except for me. I've had to build and work for every fucking thing in my life. And then the one thing he leaves me to be secure, they fucking take and give to this other fucking evil cunt. No, I hope she fucking dies a brutal death. No joke. My brother's wife or girlfriend, I hope she dies a brutal fucking death in prison. Because that's where she fucking belongs. And I hope she never gets to see her fucking children again. And I hope that my brother's kids get to see what it's like to have your fucking parent taken away from you from a narcissistic fucking abusive fucking cunt. Because that is karma fucking cycling down. So fucking have at it. They're trying to take my destiny and give it to their fucking kids and my fucking everything, when they don't even know they weren't even alive. They never even knew my grandfather. He was my father to me. Fuck these people. I will take every fucking thing they own. And if that's not enough, they're my bitches and they fucking work for me in servitude. I don't give a fuck, and I do not forgive them. I will never forgive them for how they have treated me. Never. I will simply give them the same decency. I will return the same decency that they have shown me. Just like in that end of that movie, what's it called? The Ever After, the Cinderella story. Remember? They were terrible and terrible and terrible and terrible to her, and they took her father's house and her father's fortune, and she was a fucking servant and all this shit. Same. And what did she say at the end when the mother came and she's like, nobody's here. And, oh, have you met my wife, the queen? Oh, I believe that you made false accusations and you tried to get me to marry your fucked up daughter. And you said that she was married to somebody else and all this other, that's basically the story that's going on here. And remember in the end of that movie what she did? Oh, well, please, can you forgive us? And she's like, oh, of course. Nobody will speak on my behalf. I'll speak for you. After all, you were my stepmother, right? She's like, all I wish is that they receive the same treatment, the same courtesies in which they've showed me my entire life. Times 10. So mote it be. Fuck them. Fuck them. They're demonic. They work with Masonic and Eastern stars, and they have been harvesting my energy, my happiness, my everything, and sucking the life force energy. Selling me for medical experimentation. I had 8 blood transfusions as a teenager. So were they actually giving me blood or were they taking it? Which was it? Because they are definitely raping me. But she would never let them put me all the way to sleep because I had respiratory problems. So I always had to be awake, partially awake for it. And I used to beg her, don't leave me in the room when they do that. They're doing something. No, it's all in your head. So fuck them. They can get fucked. That's how I feel. And that is my level of forgiveness. May they receive the same decency that they gave, which was none. Not to me anyways. So, keep it real. Keep it real. But nah, you don't test it like that. You're not into your kid. Nah, that's not cool. Whatever they did with your cat, that's not fucking cool. People taking out people. Oh, so you had similar things. So you're very similar to me. TK, you're very similar. Come back on. Come back on because that's the same thing. That's what happens when they got hit by the truck. It smashed this, and so it brought it closer to this cerebral cavernous malformation that I've been able to deal with my whole lifetime. But since it here, now when it swells, it's pockets of blood that swell and they press against the prefrontal cortex, and it puts me in a like toddler tantrum. And when I went to the neurologist, he was like, it's a physiological response. You can't control that. There's nothing you can do except for remove any person and anything that causes you stress, that doesn't respect, that you getting worked up or you getting anxiety can cause you an aneurysm that you can die from. Because that's the reality. It's not if you can die from an aneurysm, it's more like when. I'm surprised you've been able to manage this your whole life. He's like, this is like an anomaly. And guess what? Every time they were hitting me and every time they were throwing rocks in my face and my mom fucking beat my ass because my brother fucking threw rocks in my face and I bled all over my clothes, I got reprimanded while he got to stay and play. Even though him and the rich fucking kids behind me fucking did it, I got reprimanded because I got blood on my outfit. Then when I was at the ER, I got shit slapped out of me, told me, if you fucking cry and make a scene, you're gonna get it. And so every time I had to get stitches or something else like this, the nurses are like, wow, you're so strong. You never even cry. Yeah, because I'll get the shit beat out of me if I do. I'm cool. I'm cool. It wasn't until I was about 26 or 28 years old with a bunch of my girlfriends that they actually realized that I couldn't cry in front of people because I was fucking scared shitless until I could actually start to experience my emotions. So, no. These people robbed me of fucking everything in my life, and I will return the favor tenfold. Guaranteed. With no fucking guilt, no queries, and I will give it to people that actually fucking deserve it. I would rather just take it from them and have them watch me give it to somebody else than even take it from them. That's where I'm at. Just as a fuck you too. And that's as compassionate and loving as I can be. Literally. Pet Cemetery. There's so much of the movies that are like coming up, and I feel like they're like so much of the Starseeds stories. That's so sad about the cat. Oh my god. I'm sending you a big hug, big love. No, I can't go into that. I'm too. I think you definitely could have been baby swap. That's what I'm saying, because I was sick a lot as a baby. I had respiratory issues, and maybe I did, but maybe she swapped me out, or maybe I was some rich motherfucker's kid, and they're like, she's like, I'm gonna have my kid be that rich kid, and I'm gonna treat this rich bitch like a fucking servant because I'm so jealous. That's what I feel like, because she's jealous. She's literally jealous. She's been jealous of me my entire life. She would never buy me a makeup or fucking nothing, bro. Nothing. So, anyways, yeah. Ever After was such a great movie, but that's what I feel like. They're all like, and they're like, oh, to the other daughter, and she's like, don't ask me. I'm only here for the food, right? Fuck you. So, yeah, that's what I feel like. That's just what the guides were showing me. They show me like the ending, and I'm just like, oh my God, that's exactly what's going on. As your male counterpart going through an educational system that only hit you as punishment, never took meds for ADHD. They say you got hit at high school, at home. You'll subscribe. You're into sci-fi big time. Go check out my Instagrams if you guys want to talk or chat. That's the best place. I'm not always getting all my emails. You can try to email me there. If I don't respond to the email, tell me, come on here and tell me, because I'm just trying to figure out, like, there's so many people. They've been blocking all of my readings and all the money, the monetary, all the flows and all this stuff. And taking my jobs of the people that want readings from me and giving shit fake ass readings, which made me lose a lot of fucking customers and clients. So yeah, fuck them, fuck them, fuck them. You know, you want me to give a fuck when you never did? I can't. If they're watching, I hope they're watching. Karma is not a bitch unless you are. So if karma's being a bitch, it's because you were a fucking bitch. And if you subjected people to fucking hurting them and hurting them and hurting them and black magic and taking away their God-given fucking divine birthright on top of every fucking thing else they ever worked for and earned, then you have it coming. And don't act all fucking coy about it now, because you knew what the fuck you were doing. These people know what they're doing from day one. So fuck you. Obviously someone's fucking watching, because otherwise I wouldn't be all fucking angry. Hopefully we meet again. I'll look out for you. Yes, do it. 9. Yeah, about to get the wish fulfillment collective. The 9 of Cups. You're about to get everything your heart desires. So don't worry about these dumb motherfuckers. That's what they want to do, is they want to fucking keep coming in and keep trying to get you all fucking worked up. And you know what? That's how you know how your nervous system and your being responds. Fuck you. 4 of Wands. Marriage. You guys actually have this union coming into play. I would potentially forgive my little brothers, for sure. Like, I would take care of my little brother and help him take care of his kids, but his wife is fucking done. I hope this bitch fucking dies a horrible, terrible, painful death. No joke. I never wished bad like that on anybody, but you know, this bitch has been doing magic and feeding it to my fucking family and doing all this shit with my mother for fucking years. Years. Like a decade, bro. So, you got a decade of fucking getting shit rammed up your ass. And I told my brother never to fucking marry her, that she would fucking end up cheating on him and leaving him when his kid was 2, but he had his first kid, and then she was older, and then they got married because she was pregnant with the second kid. And guess what? He found her fucking around with the whole poly group and fucking having multiple lovers and orgies. And she's like, well, you know, I was into this before we were ever together. So I hope that dirty fucking cunt ass whore dies a horrible death, because she doesn't deserve to fucking raise children like that. Straight up. If you want to be a whore, be a whore. Don't try to take somebody's money and somebody's family, like her house, her car, her fucking children. Everything is paid for from my fucking money. So I will take every fucking thing she has and more. And I will be happy to even take her fucking children and raise them as mine because she doesn't fucking deserve anything. So, fuck you. She's also a Capricorn, which is the devil. So, go figure. I don't think that was a joke. Yeah, Mary in reverse. She wants to take this out. And this is what they've been doing. They've been doing womb magic and stuff like this, trying to block me since I was young. It's been a family generational curse. Guess what I am, bitch? The Queen of Angels. But that doesn't mean I have to forgive fucking Satan himself, because guess what? Even he is in service to me and the greater good. Look at him. The Prince of Darkness. Look at him. He's in service to the Queen of Heaven, the Queen of the Angels. He's the Prince of Darkness. She's the Queen of Angels. He's still in service to her. So figure out who works for who, bitch. There's some Scorpios that have and don't have poison. No, I am not. I am not. I am more like Storm. Have you ever seen Storm from the X-Men? I'm more like a mix between Storm from the X-Men and what was I telling you guys last night? Like WandaVision, Storm from the X-Men, and the Mantis from the what's it called? The Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm more like that. I'm not poison. I'm just returning to sender all of the energy. You get what you give. That's the golden rule. So, if you give poison, then don't be surprised when you die spitting out fucking poison. I don't give poison. I have given every fucking thing I have, and even beyond that, they've taken everything that I have. But I guess in the sense of Naga, right? I'm more like the Ka from the Jungle Book. Trust in me, just in me. Close your eyes. See, some people are parasitic and they need to be removed, and they will be. For me, I'm of divinity. So just like the archangel here, and just like many angels, and just like Yeshua flipped motherfucking tables when these people tried to make money off of selling shit in front of the temple, what happened? He flipped the fuck out because he said, bitch, the fuck? You're taking something sacred and making it about greed. Get the fuck out of here. So you got to understand that even divinity has limits of bullshit. And it doesn't make them poisonous or evil. It makes them stepping into their full divinity. And that's what it is. That is what it is. Your friend was jealous. That makes sense. She is now in the WWE. You should watch the new Storm do work. I don't know what you're talking about. A WWE. I'm not talking about a wrestler. I'm talking about the X-Men. Because I control weather. I control elements. You ever seen WandaVision? Go check out WandaVision. It's like that. Also like Storm from the X-Men, where she can muster up storms. I did that today, all the people. I made it rain at the festival. And I did that before when all the people wanted to fuck me over and they were all too busy to help me when they were supposed to be sending me money, and my friend decided to keep it when I needed treatment and I was going to lose my leg, and I said, "Oh, we got to go to Burning Man." And I said, "Fuck you. I hope your Burning Man gets rinsed out." And guess what happened a few years ago? Burning Man got rinsed out and nobody could fucking go anywhere. So, fuck with it. Literally, fucks with it. Fuck around and find out. You will see real fucking quick. I'm not talking about fantasies or sci-fi. I'm talking about real fucking life power. Real life power. I channel real power. And I've seen it, and I move water in the ocean, and I create storms, and I change wind sequences, and I make volcanoes blow when people piss me off. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if today or tomorrow there was a volcano that fucking blew. Come back to me with that. Let me know what happens, because, you know, that's what they want, right? They want to make me erupt. Let me show them. Earth, Gaia herself. Is it Gaia or Gia? Huh, that's interesting because Gia and Gaia are very similar, right? And you know what that name means? God is gracious. So, we don't need to talk more about how the patriarchy manipulated and groomed me and ruined my life, because everybody is always having the same fucking scenario. So, we're going to let it go and let it flow. And I hope you guys have um, a beautiful whatever afternoon, evening, good night, whatever time it is. It's 8 p.m. here. I need to eat, and I need to go on my little adventures, go on my little date, and see what I can see, because I don't need to forgive or let people in that don't have any interest in respecting me and my life and who I am. But to all of those that want to keep battling that battle, you go for it. You enjoy that. You literally enjoy it and see how that works for you. I forgive myself for not understanding enough knowledge, and for keeping to go back to people that were abusive, because that's really what it is. It's a sickness, not just from the people that are abusive physically, sexually, mentally, emotionally. No, it's a sickness for the people that they've fucking done it to. When the person that's supposed to be your provider is actually your number one abuser, there's a lot of twisted shit that happens in your brain. So, no. When the caretaker becomes the undertaker, you too shall know power. So, anyways, my patron saint of death, may it be with you, because if you're good and you're ready to evolve and to have your ego death, then you'll have a transformation. That's what Scorpios do. But if your intentions were of ill will, then you will die. You will not transmute into something else. And ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Not everybody needs to come. It ain't a must. Let it go. Not everybody deserves a seat at your table. And it doesn't matter if you know people, and it doesn't matter if they're related, and it doesn't matter how long you know them. None of that fucking matters. What matters is who shows up to support you, who's supporting you, who loves you, who has continued to support you and love you. And everybody else, fuck them. They're done. They're out. This is a choice that we're making, because as the micro and the macro, it's super important. We have to, if you don't have to, I mean, that's your choice. It's your free will to go around. Like, for me, I don't forgive all the pedophilic, sick motherfuckers. I don't forgive them. They will be prosecuted. They will be brought to justice. All like, who are you supporting? The abusers or the victims? Because I've really had a fucking enough of this bullshit on a global scale. Because you can't support both. And if the abuser, they know what they were doing. Everybody knows what the fuck they're doing when they did it, when they made that action. That was their choice. They made that conscious action. They're not upset about that and they don't feel bad about that. The only thing they're mad about is that they got fucking caught and that it's going to cost them now. Vampiric, narcissistic fucking cunts. It's coming back. You guys gonna get it. You're gonna get that big surprise that you've been waiting for. And to the collective, to my beautiful collective, I love you. I'm proud of you. If nobody told you today, you're awesome. You're beautiful. You've got this. Keep going. I support you. You are worthy. You are loved. And as always, infinite blessings, love, and light. Fuck the patriarchy. Matriarchy, meow. And Zoe out. Ciao for meow. Exactly. The abusers protect the abusers. Whoever this is that just came in. Oh, it's Lady Raven. Yeah, you're right. Nice to meet you guys. Ciao for meow.